stay there. Ran a 6:57 with a 3. Hey, all you folks out at Racer H2O, just a quick heads up. We appreciate your patience. They had a little power failure, and they were taken offline momentarily, but they've got that thing resolved now. All right, Pro Jet, this is your final call. Pro Jet, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, bring them to the line. Pro Comp Flat, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, start warming them up and get ready. Pro Mod, you guys are on deck. Grab your gear. All right, here comes another pair of pro eliminators. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder. Calls the boat 6 to midnight. Currently your number 4 qualifier. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 465 is Chad Cupid out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Warpath. He is currently your number 2 qualifier with a 656. That is a heartbreaker. I don't know what happened with Gavin Snyder. It launched in 0.12 of a second, but then just never really ran right. So we'll get a jet ski over there. We'll check on him, make sure everything's all right. Chad Cupid on the other side is your number 1 qualifier now. Ran a 6:54 with a 3. Came in as the number 2. He ran a better run. 6:54 with a 3, and that's good enough for the number 1 qualifying spot on that 6.5 index. 1/10 of a second for a reaction time. clear enough. We're going to let these guys run. Sambo Smith, sucker punch in the left lane. Brody Martin in the red, in the right lane, trying to stay out of the red. All right, Sambo Smith off the line in 89 thousandths of a second, ran a 6.11 with an 8. 6.11 with an 8, and that'll actually bump him down a spot into the number 4 qualifying spot. Brody Martin, check this run out. We have a new number 1 qualifier in quick eliminator. He ran a 6.002. 6.002 for 137 mile an hour pass. And we have a new number 1 qualifier at the end of 3 rounds. And that'll be Brody Martin in the red. Your next pair are your number 2 and number 3 qualifiers, and they would sure like to move up a notch or two. Let's see what happens in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 910 is Larry Flores. Calls the boat Hydro Climatic, racing out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. His wife, Kim Flores. Special thanks to Tom Garcia for all the help, and the shop boys. Also the Body Works and the good Lord above. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 392 is Jason Goddard. Calls the boat Texas Red out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Kim and Travis Dusick. Well, we did not get a new number 1. They will stay in the same positions they were in. Larry Flores ran a 6.01 with an 8. 6.01 with an 8. Jason Goddard ran a 6.11 with a 3. Final call for Pro Comp Flat. This is your final call. Pro Comp Flat, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, go ahead and bring him to the line, please. Pro Outlaw, bring him to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Top Alcohol Flat. You guys are on deck. Next up for quick eliminator in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane is boat number 110. That is going to be Ken Jenkins. That boat's a Cole powered by Chevrolet. He calls it Through the Fire, dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and all the volunteers for a great job as always. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 915 is Jerry Branham out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Back in the Day. There's 5 seconds left on the countdown. So Ken Jenkins has himself a great run and actually bumps himself into the number 2 qualifying spot with a 6.003. 6.003. Jerry Branham on the other side, 0.14 of a second for reaction time, ran a 7.15 with a 1. Definitely not the run he was looking for. Ken Jenkins with a 143 mile an hour pass is now your number 2 qualifier. I want to give a big shout out to the folks from Working Stiff Lifestyle. They're here filming this weekend. They got a little video blog on YouTube. You can check that out. It's always pretty cool. Came all the way over from the Phoenix Valley of the Sun to hang out with us in San Angelo. Welcome and thanks for coming. Jacob Nodler, where is your Hawaiian shirt? I mean, you switched to the shorts, I guess. That works, but it brought you luck.
You did?
Well, wear it 2 days in a row, man. That don't matter. All right, Pro Comp Flat. In the Superior Audio Sounds, right-hand lane, we got boat number 412. That's going to be Cole Henrik. That boat's at DeMarco Hull, powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Henrik Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Beaton, and Peterson Tire in San Antonio. He is dialed in at a 6.5. Here we go. Cole Henrik, 0.2 of a second for reaction time, and dialed in at a 6.5, but only ran an 8.13 with a 1. Pro Comp Flat, this is your, yeah, we already did that. Pro Outlaw, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, need you guys warmed up and ready to go. All right, next up we got a Pro Jet. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 987 is Jeremy Dickerson out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Calls the boat Can't Quit. Currently your number 1 qualifier with a 3.704. Only running to the 660, so this yellow buoys out here will be the finish line for Jeremy. Runs a 364. 364 with an 8. 141 mile an hour pass to the 660 mark. Make sure you're talking to the right. All right, here we go. Pro Comp flat. These guys are a dial-in. 580, the fastest they can run in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz. Calls the boat never satisfied. Had some struggles yesterday. He thinks he's got it figured out, racing out of Conroe, Texas, and dialed in at a 668. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is Jeff Loring, your number one qualifier currently. He's dialed in at a 6 flat. Calls the boat Nasty Rumors. Here we go. Well, we got a new number one qualifier. Tim Ortiz struggled all day yesterday. He managed to get it figured out. 17 hundredths of a second for a reaction time and ran a 669 with a 2 on a 668 dial-in. And that is good enough for the number one qualifying spot in 3 rounds. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 034, Jeff Loring, gets bumped down to the number 2 qualifying spot. He dialed in at a 6000 and ran a 606 with a 4. 606 with a 4. All right, here's our next pair for Pro Comp Flat. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane is boat number 075. That's Larry Skiro. He's dialed in at a 644 out of Highland Haven, Texas, sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape, John and Pat Heineke. Signs Across Texas, Joey Witteberg Construction, Charla Cormier with EXP Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch, D&J Construction, Thornbloom Plumbing, Casa Perio Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat, Chris Osborne, Austin Ashland and his wife Julie. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover. Bad Company 2, the name of the machine, out of Granite Shoals, Texas. Thanks to Grandma and Grandpa, Crownover Fence and Welding, J&M Kinsey Plumbing, and special thanks to his new wife, Alicia. Larry Skiro dialed in at a 644, ran a 650 with a 3. 65 thousandths of a second for reaction time. Dylan Crownover in the Bad Company 2 machine, 17 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Dialed in at a 6.3, ran a 6.406, 125 mile an hour pass.
They look like horses, actually. They're just,
It is a bug. It's called a dragonfly.
All right, here's our next pair of Pro Comp flats in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane is boat number 502. That's going to be Andy Comstock. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango. He's dialed in at a 633, sponsored by ACDC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon, and special thanks to his son Chase and friend Tony for all they do. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is boat number 238, Vic Fugate out of Fort Worth, Texas. Calls the boat Flat Blacked Out. Special thanks to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, 2S Marine. Andy Comstock jumped early, turned it red by 14 thousandths of a second, ran a 641 with a 9. 641 with a 9 on a 633 dial-in. Vic Fugate, 9 hundredths of a second, dialed in at a 665, ran a 664. Final call for Pro Outlaw. Final call for Pro Outlaw. Pro Modified. Bring it.
Race fans, don't move. There's more racing on Racer H2O coming up right after these messages. Please be sure to subscribe to this channel or follow this page for more amazing watercraft racing coverage. Thanks again for watching Racer H2O. Race fans, don't forget to take those 3 simple steps to help Racer H2O on YouTube. First, subscribe to our channel by clicking on the subscribe button. Next, click on the like button to let everyone know how much you enjoyed watching our content. Then, be sure to click on the bell button to be informed anytime Racer H2O posts new content. Thanks for doing your part, race fans. We hope you enjoy our show.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
So CD Word was up earlier, had some issues, was able to get that squared away. Back in the lane now out of San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat Rockets Red Glare. Boat number 000, sponsored by CW Metal Construction. And the family, Becky, Megan, Corey, Chris, Case, and Miranda Word. Oh. Well, that was a heck of a wheelie down there. Ran an 8:25 with a 1. He got it settled down, made it run. 8:25 with a 1. Real quick, got a break in the action. Want to take just a moment and thank our sponsors, making it possible for us to be out here this weekend for the season finals here at the SDBA. We want to thank Spring Creek Marina, Discover San Angelo, Cooper's Barbecue, Can Do, Superior Audio, KCSA Community Radio, Photo Magic, Racing Junk, Sunoco Race Fuels, Marty Logan House of Color, Fatheads, DMPE Awnings, Nitrous Outlet, WCR Construction, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Petro Communications, Cisco Equipment, Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, Town Square, WFO Motorsports, Precision Construction, the San Angelo Chamber of Commerce, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Universal Equipment Rentals and Sales, and San Angelo RV. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the season finals at Lake Nasworthy in San Angelo, Texas. I put us a few hours up the road. Sorry about that. And let me just take this opportunity to say thank you, huge thank you, to the city of San Angelo for making us so welcome. We have had such a good time here this weekend, and we're not even done yet. We're only halfway through. This race is the final. We've had 5 races already this season. We started out in Marble Falls in May, and then we went to Brady in June. We came here to San Angelo in June. We went to Waco in July. We went to Paris, Texas in August. And here we are, the finals. We're going to crown some champions here this weekend. We are super excited to be here. Just an absolutely amazing venue. I want to send a huge thank you out to Spring Creek Marina for helping us make this thing happen. It has been absolutely amazing. And then I would be remiss if I did not send out a huge hello, thank you, and welcome to all of you folks sitting along the water here. All these fans sitting here under their little canopies, enjoying the racing, enjoying a day at the lake. We're doing our best to put on a good show for you, and hopefully we're not disappointing you. We're going to keep things moving forward. If you're just getting here, you weren't able to be here yesterday, we are in the middle of qualifying. We had 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday. The plan is to make 3 rounds of qualifying happen today. From a fan standpoint, that is super exciting because it has the potential to change all kinds of things. For the drivers, it could be either exciting or very nerve-wracking, one of the two. Some of the races, some of the classes, the points races are so incredibly close. Some of them with as little as 2 to 4 points between them. So there's a lot at stake today and a lot at stake tomorrow, and we shall see how it goes. Right now we are moving into Pro Outlaw, the first of our capsule boats. These guys run in a 5.2 second index. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 851 is Chris Bean out of Temple, Texas. That boat's a Texas outrigger, sponsored by Gisher Company, VS Gold Bureau, Wall Construction, CBB Properties. They call the boat Team Fisher. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 521, that is Rick Blethroad. Comes down from Odessa, Texas, sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. They call that twin turbo beast Wild Thing. Capsules are down. Here we go. A little bit of a wild ride there for a second, but he smartly got out of the throttle and let that thing settle back down. He was off the line in 1900ths of a second and off to what looked like a pretty good run. At half track, he was already pulling 115 miles an hour. But then it got squirrely, and he said, you know, I'm not playing this game. I don't want a bath today, so he backed out of it. Rescue going to go down and check on him. Make sure he's all right. Left lane, Chris Bean on a 5.2 index ran a 5.36 with a 7, 206 mile an hour pass. Real quickly, while I have this opportunity, I want to tell you a little bit about our rescue crews. Those two boats that you just saw go screaming through here, loaded down with professionals that are prepared to handle whatever incident might occur on the water. There are medically trained people on those boats. They have firefighters on the boats, and they have divers on the boats. They have rescue equipment designed to get those racers out of the water if they need to. And they are absolutely without compare. And we're super proud of them. We're super lucky to have them on our team. So they're going to go over there and check on Rick Blethroad, make sure he's doing all right. Then we'll have to wait for a few minutes to get them back in position, but that's okay. We'd rather have them over there where they need to be right now. We prefer to see them sitting around doing a whole lot of nothing. But when we need them, we know we're there, and we know that they're the best there is in the business. When we do get the course clear and we get things ready to roll, your next pair will look like this in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 077. That's going to be Cody Childress. Cody Childress calls that boat Bad Influence. They're racing out of Nemo, Texas. Sponsored by Travis, or it is a sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, Blakely, thanks to Mama Judy. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, going to be Gus Ward out of Sonora, Texas. He calls that boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, boat number 765. Gus Ward is currently your number 4 qualifier, and Cody Childress is currently number 3. Coming into this weekend, Cody Childress was the number 1 qualifier, or number 1 high points leader. That's what I'm trying to say. Bill Wire in alcoholic behavior, only about 700 points. In fact, exactly 700 points behind him. So it would be relatively easy to say that maybe that's a lock, but it could not be. There could be a lot of things that could happen, but we'll see what happens. We're just along for the ride at this point. Test one.
Because you know what I'm getting at there. We've all been there, I think.
So we still got a little bit. We're got our rescue folks back in position, but we got Johnny Love out there tweaking a sensor for us real quick. As soon as we get that squared away, we're going to get back to the action. So anyways, I was going to tell you, we got a whole bunch of vendors set up back here. We got Mimi's Busy Bee. They've got insulated cups, other stuff back there. We've got Drag Boat Review set up back there. If you have not gone and checked that out, you need to do it. They've got t-shirts, tank tops, long sleeve shirts, caps, koozies, earplugs if you're having trouble with some of the noise. Magazines and subscription. Their brand new episode of Drag Boat Review is out right now. The September 22 edition has complete coverage of the SDBA Brady drag boat race and crawfish throwdown. If you weren't there, you missed a heck of a time. We had a great time there. The CDBA Can-Am Challenge is in that magazine. They also have fine silver boat pendants and necklaces, infant and youth t-shirts. Also got West Texas Country Designs. I don't know if they still have any. They probably do, though. They're having a huge clearance this weekend. All of their t-shirts and tank tops are $5 a piece. They also have insulated cups and things like that to help keep your drinks cold. Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars is back there. They've got golf carts for rent, by the way, if you need one. All right, here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress. Calls the boat Bad Influence. Currently your number 3 qualifier and your points leader for Pro Outlaw. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is boat number 765. That is Gus Ward. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Here we go. Yes, indeed. Cody Childress off the line in 67 thousandths of a second. Ran a 5:25 with a 4. 5:25 with a 4. And that'll actually be good enough to move him into the number 2 qualifying spot. Gus Ward on the other side ran a 5:33 with a 1 on 33 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. 162 mile an hour pass out of Gus Ward. And that run will be good enough for the number 4 qualifying spot. There they go, their whole little parade. Liquid Voodoo on the way to the in-ramp. Top Fuel Hydro.
You're so cool, Bill. Oh, I saw it now.
In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 1028, gonna be Bill Wire. Calls the boat Alcoholic Behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. Currently, after 2 rounds, he's the number 3 qualifier with a 5:26 and 6.
How are you, Travis? Good. The fact that these duck chill in here, you're not scared. As long as they sail next to the side, we're good. Really like what in the freaking hell is going on? Yeah. They're probably traumatized. Poor thing.
I knew. Okay. That was the cutest thing ever.
Don't mash the donut.
Hey, are you sitting on stuff?
No, we're good now. There's a grasshopper in there.
Oh, mayfly.
Or mayfly. Oh,
Yeah, there you go. It's all good. You say thank you. Let's do a shift so we can be in the shade better. Oh, a dragon.
Anyway, as I was saying a while ago, Liquid Voodoo just cruised down the lane here behind us. Top Fuel Hydro, headed for the water. We're going to make some noise.
Hey, you answered it.
I don't know where Robert Reed is. I know he's around here someplace, but excitement mounting.
Through that.
All right, here we go. Bill Wire, alcoholic behavior. Got 25 seconds on the countdown. Okay. Bill Wire off the line in a 1/10 of a second. He ran a 5:26 with a 3. 5:26 with a 3. And that'll be good enough to bump him into the number 3 qualifying spot. So at the end of the 3rd round, it looks like this. Rick Blethroad and the Wild Thing in the 1st spot. Cody Childress in number 2. Bill Wire number 3. Gus Ward be your number 4 qualifier. And Chris Bean will be your number 5. However, still 2 more rounds of qualifying to go. So stand by. Hey, attention in the pits, guys. If anybody has a 5/8 fine thread steering wheel nut, Gavin Snyder needs one. His steering wheel come right off in his hand. If you have a 5/8 fine thread steering wheel nut, Gavin Snyder needs it. All right, here we go. Pro modified now on a 5.6 second index in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane. Boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas. Calls the boat Aquaholic. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane. Boat number 178 is Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich driving out of reach for Doug Mater. All right. So on a 5.6 index, Daryl Ehrlich runs a 5.606 with a 2, and that'll put him in the number 2 qualifying spot. And Jay Hudgens runs a 5.59 with a 2. Got just a little bit fast.
Okay. Well, our tuners have tuned us just as good today. Can't believe I said that. You've been saying that a lot lately.
Said he ran a 5.60. I thought you said 2, but it was probably 6, so it puts him at number 2.
Yeah.
Jay Hudgens ran a 59.
Excitement mounting. It is. It sure the heck is.
Here comes our next pair of pro mods. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lempar out of Comfort, Texas. Calls the boat Anger Management.
With a granddaughter.
And then I know
He has won here in San Angelo 5 times in his career. Would like to see if maybe he can make that 6. Sponsored by Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar.
I know they should do me first.
Jeff Trailer Hill Sales. Thanks to Jamie, and Jerry. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 947 is Jeremy Schmidt. Calls that boat No Excuses. There's 15 seconds on the countdown. Watch those capsules. They close. It's go time. Jeremy Schmidt turns it red by 0.03 of a second. And then we're in a 5.65 with an 8. 5.65 with an 8. Greg Lempar on the other side, 86 thousandths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 5.64 with a 5.
Hello, baby. Oh, don't sweet girl.
Digging for the shade. Digging
Oh,
for the shade.
okay, sure.
Or the kids. She's all about both. It's like shades and kids. It's like a party. Yeah, shade and kids. See, I had no idea that was there. I can tell you. Huh? I can tell you. I mean, today I can't tell.
Oh.
Good. What are you doing? Trying to be fun. Trying to dig around the grass.
All right. Here's our next pair for Pro Modified. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 459 is going to be Henry Bainey. Calls the boat Don't Blink out of Burton, Texas. That boat's a Curtis 501 powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair, and special thanks to the Naughty Crew. And as always, a huge love you to Mama Alice. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. Calls the boat All or Nothing. Sponsored by JP&E, Eric DeMent and the Real Bad Boys, David Kirkland Racing, RESP and Trinity Racing Ministries. Henry Bainey currently in the number 4 qualifying spot with a 5.61 and 7. And Cade Genesek in the number 10 spot with a 5.83 and 6.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's short for lunatic. I used to do the same thing. Alright, Lucy. Loud girl. Look over here.
All right, here we go. Henry Bainey, Don't Blink in the left lane. Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the right. Got 5 seconds left on the countdown. Capsules are down. Here we go. Cade Genesek gets a full pass down the track, 575 with a 367 mile an hour pass with 86 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. I don't know what happened to Henry Bainey. It fired and then it didn't go. Maybe a blower belt, maybe something else. I'm not sure. He's got the capsule up. Looks like he's doing okay. They're going to go check on him. Tough late for the Don't Blink crew. That is definitely not the run they were looking for. I believe, looks like we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 459. Back to the old in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 459. Back to the old emergency ramp. Okay, car and trailer for boat number 459. Back to the old ramp, please. All right, they found a steering wheel nut for Gavin Snyder. You can stop digging through your nut drawer. Hey, you know what? I have one of those in my toolbox. All kinds of nuts spread out everywhere there that I might need. These guys are laughing at me up here. You guys that have toolboxes, you know, right? That's it. All right, here we go. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Going to be boat number 810. That is Miss Mallory Carroll. Calls her boat A Little More Therapy. Driving for David Carroll out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 45 is Jason Brandt out of Ingram, Texas. Calls that boat Hydro Hysteria. Thanks going out to Brandon and Ashley Lofstrom in Brady, Texas. Guild Mortgage, Felix Gomez Jr., Racing in memory of Papa Sean Monahan. City Limits Bar and Grill and MTR Racing also helping out. Currently, Jason Brandt is your number 12 qualifier. Ran a little fast yesterday. Best run he had was a 6:52. Mallory Carroll sitting in a number 8 spot with a 5:68. Looking to see if she can bump that up a notch or two at least. So Mallory Carroll, I actually have some other stuff we'll do this weekend, but right now, this young lady had been racing since she was 10 years old is what they told me. I talked to her earlier today. 10 years old, started out on personal watercraft, and has driven in every class up until this one. So went River Racer, then Stock Eliminator, Modified, Top, Pro, Quick, and now in Pro Modified. All right, here we go. Starter called for the lights. There's 25 seconds on the countdown. Capsules are down. Here we go. So if we were racing, she got him on a hole shot. Mallory Carroll, 5/1000ths of a second for a reaction time. And then ran a 5:66 with a 7. 5:66 with a 7. And that will still keep her in the number 8 qualifying spot. Jason Brandt ran a 5:69 with a 6. That'll move him up a little bit. He'll be in the number 9 spot. 29/100ths of a second for his reaction time. Top Alcohol Hydro and Top Alcohol Flat. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Hydro and Top Alcohol Flat. We're ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Your next pair. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed. Had a birthday yesterday. Racing out of Arlington, Texas. Local sponsor is Concho Painting LLC since 1987 in San Angelo. Two Guys Marine, Del Rio, Texas. CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Beaver Fab, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. His crew, Wesley Ice. The family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie all helping out. Also, the Tuttle family helps out a bunch. And the rest of the crew, it's Crew Chief Wesley Ice. That's what's supposed to be there, but it's missing a word. The crew is Bink and Bart Giles. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is boat number 716. That is Sean Reed. Calls that boat Top Secret. Currently your number 1 qualifier. He ran a 5:602 yesterday. That boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK, Reed Trucking and Excavating, Hughes Oilfield Transportation. The crew is Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, and Andrea. All right, here we go. Gary Gray called for the lights. 20 seconds on the countdown. Robin Reed wound too tight in the left lane. Sean Reed, top secret in the right. All right. Robin Reed, 77 thousandths of a second for reaction time, ran a 5.622. 5.62 with a 2. And that is good enough for the number 6 qualifying spot. Sean Reed will hold on to the number 1 spot. He ran a 5.56 with a 4 that time and broke out by about 35 thousandths of a second. And here's your next pair. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 647 is Mickey Snyder. Calls the boat Top Gun, racing out of Rio Medina, Texas. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, and Marine. Rio Fab and Welding, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lowly Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, and thanks to his wife Glenda and his pit crew. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is Mr. Steve Walls. Boat number 007S. They call that one shaken, not stirred. From right here in San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking. And a big thank you to Michelle, Sella, Bruce, Stephen, Carl, Becky, Jason, Shanna, Cody, Mandy, Marvin, Billy, and Tag. And a big thank you to Cody Childress and Jerry Hardwick for all their help and knowledge. All right, starter called for the lights. Steve Walls, shaken not stirred in the right lane. Mickey Snyder, Top Gun in the left. Steve Walls off the line at 11 thousandths of a second, and then ran a 671 with a 5. And that looked a lot faster than it was, and the reason is because Mickey Snyder only ran a 770, and I really expected those runs.
Troops, it's your old pal Jared. Look at who I caught up with, Kevin Kinsley. Kevin, I tell you what, man, you are what everybody's here to see. I'm excited. We're ready to get this Liquid Voodoo boat on the water. Are you ready to get this Liquid Voodoo boat on the water?
I'm more than ready, and so is my crew. We've been working our butt off. We fired it up about 1:30 last night, which seems to be typical for us, but you know, it's all good. But yeah, just really excited to get to go run, and I love this place. San Angelo's a beautiful track, and just disappointed that our couple other teammates couldn't make it in top fuel. But you know, we're here to put on a show, and we're gonna. What a beautiful sound, right?
I never have any trouble getting my interview interrupted by a sound like that.
That's
you know?
okay.
But I tell you, you guys got some awesome water out here too, man. This is laid down. I think it's going to be crazy for you.
It's going to be beautiful, yeah. And, you know, and we're going to use this as a test deal for Phoenix, and we're going to test some stuff we've been wanting to try. So yeah, we're excited. We're going to give it a whirl.
Well, stick around, fans. Liquid Voodoo on the water shortly. Watch it right here on the Racer H2O live stream. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Race fans, don't forget to take those 3 simple steps to help Racer H2O on YouTube. First, subscribe to our channel by clicking on the subscribe button. Next, click on the like button to let everyone know how much you enjoyed watching our content. Then, be sure to click on the bell button to be informed anytime Racer H2O posts new content. Thanks for doing your part, race fans. We hope you enjoy our show.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
All right, here we go. Top Fuel Hydro, y'all. We about to make some noise. It's about to get all kinds of exciting in here. Liquid Voodoo, boat number 5050. Going to be in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Currently, Liquid Voodoo holds both the speed and the ET records for the SDBA. Did that last time we were here in San Angelo. The ET record, 3.176. The mile per hour record, 249.87 miles per hour. And that is to the blue buoys right here, guys. The 875. They don't even run the whole deal. It looks like it. Kevin Kinsley, your driver for Liquid Voodoo. They're racing for Carol Haas Racing. Sponsored by RGS Racing Equipment, Racers Direct, Fatheads Eyewear, Sunoco Race Fuels, PDS Performance Data Systems, Menkins Racing Propellers, Kinsley Race Cars and Marine, Scott Palmer Racing, Racing Junk, Scrappers Racing, Cowboy Bob, Technicoat, WCR Construction, Per Meter Innovations, Nitrous Outlet, Bolted Spine Designs, DMP Awnings, official awnings of the SDBA, Advanced Precision, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Broken Arrow Powder Coating, Danny Day Racing, Tim Conway, and Racing in memory of Sam Stacks. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. I said it earlier today, and I certainly don't mean it as an insult at all. Top Fuel Hydro, 100% the fastest boats on the water. But the slowest boats in the world getting there. Lots and lots of anticipation for 3 seconds worth of, oh my God. That's how that works out. But we're going to put the show on for you right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Starter call for the lights. If everything goes well, we are going to make some noise. That is 11,000 horsepower strapped into the back of that boat. If you got children, make sure their ears are covered, please. It does get loud. 8 seconds. Watch that capsule. Once it closes, it's go time. Here we go. All right, they're going to go check on him real quick. The boat turned a little bit, went outside the buoy. He smartly shut that thing down so we didn't run right off into those bushes over there. That would have been a bad day. 11 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. And even with the shutdown, still ran a 640. They're going to get a jet ski over there, hook him up, get him pulled out. I know that wasn't exactly the run we were all looking for, but you know what? That's drag racing. Sometimes it all works exactly the way you want it to, and sometimes it doesn't.
I bet he does.
Oh,
And he does it well.
All right, man. Here we go, Captain. You didn't make it right. You'll show us where we need to be for race day. Show us any problems we have to get past them today. But above all, take steps down on that throttle. Good set on the boat. Got a safe ride. Right on the number. Jesus name we pray. Amen. Have a good lap, brother.
Race fans, don't forget to take those 3 simple steps to help Racer H2O on YouTube. First, subscribe to our channel by clicking on the subscribe button. Next, click on the like button to let everyone know how much you enjoyed watching our content. Then, be sure to click on the bell button to be informed anytime Racer H2O posts new content. Thanks for doing your part, race fans. We hope you enjoy our show.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
Starting to feel like maybe you got a little rumbly going on in your tummy? It's lunchtime. That's why. They got a whole bunch of options out here for us. Boogies, they're set up down there by the, there's actually two different areas. I wasn't aware of this, but the majority of the food vendors are down on the end down by the Marina store. Break Time 2 is set up down there. They're actually having a snow cone deal, and they're doing that as a fundraiser for the Cristobal FFA chapter. So 100% of those profits are going to the Cristobal FFA. Cristobal FFA.
Hey troops, Joel Powell Jared here in San Angelo, SDBA Racing. We're at the in-ramp. Let's take a look at some of these boats as they go into water for the first round of 3 rounds of qualifying here in San Angelo.
Race fans, don't forget to take those 3 simple steps to help Racer H2O on YouTube. First, subscribe to our channel by clicking on the subscribe button. Next, click on the like button to let everyone know how much you enjoyed watching our content. Then, be sure to click on the bell button to be informed anytime Racer H2O posts new content. Thanks for doing your part, race fans. We hope you enjoy our show.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
Silver Bullet, In the Red, Bad Company, Harry Canary, Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Whiskey Tango, Chicks Dig It, Aquaholic, Hydroclimatic, Trinity Racing Ministries, Flat Nasty, Mudsucker Mafia, Alcoholic Behavior, and Through the Fire. And she also has your official SDBA event shirts. Ken Jenkins, speaking of Through the Fire, there's the man right there. They've got official event T-shirts for the SDBA finals at Lake Nasworthy in San Angelo. And then they've also got, it's getting ready to be hoodie season. It's not quite there yet, obviously, but it's getting close. You can go pick up your SDBA hoodies and sweatshirts back there as well. They've got other SDBA gear as well, and they've got other stuff from other race teams. Liquid Voodoo, I think I saw hats and stickers and little beanies in case your head gets cold. They also have SDBA hats and stickers and pins and all kinds of stuff over there. So go by and see Emily. See what she's got and get yourself squared away. All right. Next up in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is going to be boat number 079. That is Marcus Kinsey. Driving for Jimmy Kinsey. That is a top alcohol flat bottom. Running out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by J&M Kinsey Plumbing, Chewy's Body Works, and CP Carrillo. Top alcohol flat. The funny cars of drag boat racing. Big old huge motor, running alcohol, throw it on a little flat bottom boat, and then put a wing on the back to hopefully keep it in the water. That's basically how that works. Anything can happen, and they are always fun to watch. Starter called for the lights. There's 20 seconds on the countdown. Marcus Kinsey getting it done. 24/100ths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 6:39 with a 4. 6:39 with a 420 mile an hour pass. Hey, heads up, guys. I warned you yesterday that people were running around checking for passes on vehicles, and we got a few that do not have passes. So pay attention real quick. If this is one of yours, it may actually end up removed. You need to get a pass on it. These are all in the pit area. There's a white GMC pickup with an Oklahoma plate, KRB 922. Gray Ford pickup with a Texas plate, PWM 0409. Silver Chevy pickup with a Texas plate, DRX 7939. And a white Chevy pickup with a Texas plate, Y85975. All four of those vehicles are back in the pit area without passes, and you do have a possibility of that vehicle getting removed. I said gray, didn't I? So if one of those vehicles sounds like it might be yours, either take that pass out of the center console and put that thing on the windshield where it belongs, or come out and see Stacy and get your pass. Either way, either way, it'd be no fun if your truck got towed out of the pit. So let's avoid that if we can. Final call, personal watercraft. Final call, personal watercraft. Stock eliminator. Need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Stock eliminator. Need you to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator. Guys need to be warming up, getting ready. And top eliminator, stand by. You're on deck. And then this is just my junk to keep track of and try to.
Yeah, that truck, 64. My dad bought it new. I got it in 69.
Cool, dude.
Yeah, issue with these damn radio. He can't hear me. Or I can't hear him.
Right. Yeah. I put a 327 Corvette motor in it with a 4-speed Muncie. Yeah. And used to whip the Ford stuff. But then I got married. And she wouldn't let me get a dune buggy. So I got hold of a Jeep that rolled over an old Dodge pickup. And away I went. But I think what makes it neat because it's short bed.
Yeah. It's all stubby bob.
I got nothing, but the water looks perfect.
And get hold of me and I'll give you the credit card for it.
Okay.
This is your card, I think.
He don't care as long as he's got one.
I pulled up with my razor one time.
Hey, well, I got a quick minute.
And they start yelling at me, something, you know.
Hang on.
Like my razor and all that. It finally dawned on me I'm in the wrong one. The wrong reason.
Well, I got a quick minute. I was just made aware a little bit ago that our very own Deb and David Carroll celebrating a 40th wedding anniversary this weekend, today. So we want to send out from all of your crew and from all of us that know you and love you, we want to send out a huge congratulations to you guys. Happy anniversary. Sorry you're working on your anniversary. Oh, here we go. Top Alcohol Hydro. In the superior audio sounds right lane. Boat number 881 is Marty Logan out of Midlothian, Texas. Calls the boat Living the Dream. Had a 200-mile-an-hour pass yesterday. He also had a 0:03 reaction time yesterday on that 200-mile-an-hour run. Marty Logan currently holds the mile per hour record for the SDBA for Top Alcohol Hydro with a 209.19. So we had gonna need truck and trailer for boat 881 back to the old in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat 881 back to the old in-ramp. Don't know what went down there. Hopefully nothing major. I know they just did a major overhaul on the electrical system in that boat. All right. All right, next up, we got another top alcohol hydro in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 151 is Tommy, the Lunchbox Rice. Calls the boat Bad Moon Rising. Driving for Buzzy Bows. "200-mile-an-hour boat." Watch that capsule. Oh, that was very anticlimactic.
Probably so scared, poor guys.
Had a power shutdown as soon as the capsule closed, and they had that same problem yesterday. So I believe truck and trailer for boat number 151. Back to the old in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 151. Back to the old in-ramp, please. Wait on that truck and trailer. Hold tight right where you are. On trade. Hold off on that trailer. Looks like they're going to reset him. All right. They're going to reset this boat. He's going to be in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. They had this issue yesterday where the capsule would close and the electricity, the power would shut off to the boat. But yesterday they had a different driver trying to do test and tune passes. Tommy Rice is in the boat now. So we will see if he has it figured out. Clock is running, 20 seconds. Well, same thing. I am certainly not an expert, but my guess is there's a short there somewhere. So a lot of these capsule boats have a switch on that capsule that when it closes, it arms the computer. And in this case, it may be telling the computer to do something totally different. Like shut down and don't do anything. All right, now we need that truck and trailer for boat number 151. Back to the old in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 151. Back to the old in-ramp, please. And that should bring us back around to personal watercraft. So they're telling me that Marty Logan is still down there. There's a tree between me and that right lane down at the holding rope, and I can't see it. Boat number 881, Marty Logan, living the dream. Top alcohol hydro. Gonna have another go at this thing. They racing out of Midlothian, Texas. Had a 200-mile-an-hour pass yesterday. Ran a 4:39 with a 2.
Water looks good, Marty. Big hair, big water looks good.
That's funny. You just said it's 2 pole locks.
We love him. I don't care what he is. Dan O.
Are you climbing over or getting out? Nan, wait, do you want to sit up here, Nan?
All right, starter call for the lights. Boat fired up. Marty Logan, living the dream. Top alcohol hydro. 200+ mile-an-hour boat. And Marty drives the heck out of this thing. Yes, indeed. That's exactly how that was supposed to look right there. 198 mile an hour pass. 437 with a 7. 437 with a 7, which is his best time so far of the weekend. Turned it red by 26 thousandths of a second. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Top alcohol hydro. Stock Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, your final call for round 2. Round 4, I guess. And Modified Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the ramp. Top Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Eliminator, stand by, you're on deck. And we are loading up the rope down there. Got all the PWCs lined up. We're putting stock eliminators out on the ends. It's going to go quick now. Here's your first pair for personal watercraft in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 65. That's Raven Broadway. Calls the boat the Golden Child. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, Petroplex Oilfield Services, RV Repair Crew, Kent Elliott Roofing, quality since 1966. Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, Miss Matthews, T-shirts and more, bottled up, and Papa with the big head, bald head. And Raven's dialed in at a 10:45. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. She's dialed in at a 10:59, currently holding the number 3 qualifying spot. Sponsored by Ted Soko DDS, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Stiffen MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards, JW Construction, High Gear Collision, Docks and Boat Rescue at Medina Lake. Not entirely sure what the holdup is, but as soon as we get an opportunity, oh, here we go. I knew as soon as I said something, the clock would start. We got 20 seconds on the countdown. Raven Broadway, the Golden Child in the left lane. Lynn Blackburn doing time 2 in the right. Raven Broadway jumped early and turned it red by 14 hundredths of a second. And then on a 10:45 dial-in, he ran a 10:67 with a 7. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, Lynn Blackburn dialed in at a 10:59, ran a 10:62 with an 8, and that is good enough to give her the number 3 qualifying spot. Oh, in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 1469 is Colton Byler. Calls the ski stretch, number 1 qualifier, and he's dialed in at a 12:74. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 117S is Brendan Lempar. Calls the boat Megalodon. He's dialed in at a 14:75. Here they go. Modified Eliminator, I need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Colton Byler, 67 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 12:83 with a 6. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, Brendan Lempar. Off the line in 1/10 of a second and ran a 14:90 with a 5. 14:90 with a 5 on a 14:75 dial-in. And that'll give him the number 6 qualifying spot. Colton Byler hangs on to the number 1 spot. So the Person Watercraft, Stock Eliminator, and Pro Comp Flat are all dial-in classes. So these guys are going to come up. They're going to give us the time they think they're going to run. And then they have to run that time or a tad slower. The computer builds in a head start. Everything takes care of it that way. Right now in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller. Driving for Matt Miller. They call the boat Almost Miller Time. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 004 is Angelo Shaw. She's dialed in at a 13:45. Last raced weekend for Angelo. She's graduating high school in May, leaving for college after that. Currently points leader for Personal Watercraft. I'm sure she would like to go out on a win. .29 hundredths of a second for a reaction time for Radley Miller, and then ran an 11:15 on a 11:22 dial-in and broke out by 78 thousandths of a point, or a second rather. And check this out, Angelo Shaw dialed in at a 13:45, ran a 13:45 with a 7, and that is good enough to put her into the number 1 spot and bump Colton Byler down. So Angelo Shaw came into the weekend ahead by about 300 points. Finishing up as number 1 qualifier would definitely help to keep her there. We'll see what happens. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 357 is Jacob Nodler. He traded the Hawaiian shirt from yesterday to some Hawaiian shorts for today. We'll see if it works. 13:04 the dial-in. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, Shelby Hudgens. Catch Me If You Can, the name of the boat. Boat number 238S. Dialed in at a 15:71. Jacob Nodler currently in the number 5 qualifying spot, and Shelby Hudgens number 7. Jacob Nodler moves himself up to the number 2 qualifying spot and bumps Colton Byler down by 1. Maybe the shorts are a good idea. 13:04 was the dial-in. He ran a 13:05 with an 8. 18 thousandths of a second off of his dial-in. Shelby Hudgens dialed in at a 13:71, ran a 13:81 with a 9. Modified eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, if you're not at the in-ramp, you're running way late. Top eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro eliminator, make sure you got your gear ready. It's almost time. All right, we're done with personal watercraft. Now moving to stock eliminator. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Calls the boat Plum Crazy. Driving for Alan Doty Kirshner, racing in memory of Max Davis. He's dialed in at a 9:27. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. Driving the Harry Canary. Dialed in at a 9:41. Stephen Russell jumped just a hair too soon, 84 thousandths of a second in the red. And then on a 9:41 dial-in, he ran a 9:42 with a 3, and that'll move him up to the number 2 qualifying spot. I believe there's 20 boats in this field, by the way. I can't see the last 2 down there, but it's either 19 or 20. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, Rodney Blackstock off the line at 11 hundredths of a second. Dialed in at a 9:27. Ran a 9:93 with a 2. So Laura just corrected me. There are 19 boats in this class. Some big competition. Coming into the weekend, Doug Fox was the points leader. But only by right at 200 points, a little less than 200 points. So lots of things can change. All right, next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 007X. It's going to be Bailey Schmidt, calls the boat Silver Bullet. Dialed in at 11:18. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 222 is JT Mooney out of Marion, Texas, calls the boat Deuces Wild. Thanks to Jeanette Mooney. Support team, Brian Mooney, Kevin Fleisch, Greg Lempar, Tony Henrik, all of those folks helping. He's dialed in at a 9.8. Truck and trailer for boat number 007, back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for boat number 007, back to the old in-ramp, please. So this stock eliminator class, like I said earlier, is a dial-in class. They come up, they let us know what they think the boat's going to run. We plug that into the computer, and then we keep track of all of that through the computer. The fastest they can run is a 9-second run. Anything faster than that, they got to move into modified eliminator, or they got to figure out how to slow the boat down, one of the two. But it was just pointed out to me that I have been remiss in mentioning that if you are thinking about maybe getting into drag boat racing, this is a heck of a good way to get started. You could jump right into this class, bring what you brought, put it on the water. Got to have some safety equipment and that kind of stuff, but you could bring your lake boat. Got a little hot rod, bring it down here, put it on the line. It's a great way to do it. A lot of our racers start here. Some of them start in personal watercraft. Some of them are just crazy and start out in like pro outlaw, but you never know what's going to happen. Modified Eliminator, this is your final call. Modified Eliminator, your final call. Top Eliminator, go ahead and bring your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, start warming them up. And Quick Eliminator, grab your gear, you're on deck. Here's your next pair for Stock Eliminator. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 1776 is Ricky Brooks. Been working on this boat for 3 years, hoping to get it dialed in and maybe take a W. Maybe this weekend will be the one. Cool Creations, Boat Docks, Winger Race Engines, Central Texas Jets, and his tuner, Mickey Harlow, all helping out with that boat. They call the boat American Pride, and he's dialed in at the 943. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 746 is Blackie Bame out of Rio Medina, Texas. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda and Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction, Rodney and Pam Piper, Athora Stage, his wife Linda, and Crypt Water Sports, and Ken and Susan Land all helping out. Blackie Bames dialed in at a 1061. He is currently your number 1 qualifier. So Ricky Brooks came off the line in 34 thousandths of a second and dialed in at a 943, ran a 939 with a 2 and broke out by 37 thousandths of a second. So it won't help him. He'll stay in the number 8 spot. Blackie Bame already had the number 1 qualifying spot, and he'll hang on to it. Dialed in at a 1061, ran a 1059 and broke out by 12 thousandths of a second. Here's your next pair for Stock Eliminator in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 061 is Frank Mummy. Driving out of San Antonio, Texas, calls the boat Breakout Another 1,000. And he's dialed in at a 10 and 21. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 784 is George Ochoa. Calls that boat Somewhere Down in Texas. Dialed in at a 975. George Ochoa, currently your number 14 qualifier after 3 rounds. Or after, 3 rounds. And Frank Mummy is sitting at number 10. All right, so Frank Mummy off the line in 1500ths of a second, ran a 10-12 with an 8. 10-1-2 with an 8. Broke out by 81 thousandths of a second. And that won't help him. He'll stay in the number 10 spot. George Ochoa broke out by 14 hundredths of a second, ran a 9.60 with a 9, 9.60 with a 9 on a 975 dial in. Your next pair for stock eliminator. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder. Calls the boat Young Gun, dialed in at a 916, sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Weld, Lily Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar, Long's Machine, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Regan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, RNS Construction, Trinity Ministries, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson. Calls the boat Collusion. Sponsored by Dale Nichols Marble in Weatherford, Texas. Unrivaled Diesel in Weatherford, thanks to John, Rachel, Jonna, and Team Nasty Rumors. So Garrick Snyder, excuse me, 916 the dial, and he ran a 918 with a 2, and that'll move him into the number 4 qualifying spot. He did turn it red by 18, almost 19 hundredths of a second, but won't hurt him today. He'll need to get a handle on that before tomorrow. Dusty Peterson on the other side, 57 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and dialed in at a 945. He ran a 951 with an 8, and that's good enough to move him into the number 10 qualifying spot. Top Eliminator, this is your final call. Top Eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, you guys are up. Go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, start warming them up. Get ready. Pro Jet, you guys are on deck. Next up for stock eliminator in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 707 is Natasha Cruz. Calls the boat Cracker Jack. That boat's a TX20 powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Hand Motorsports, Carter Rig Service, Eagle Motorsports, Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. Special thanks to Sherrill Hand, head cheerleader, and Chase West. In his Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 064 is Bruno Knopp. Calls the boat Checkered Past, sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Postal Annex. Thanks to Gary Snow at Performance Marine and his wife Courtney. I love it when the little cheering sections are down here. I do. I like it. Yeah. Natasha Cruz dialed in at a 957, ran a 971 with a 6. 971 with a 6. 43 hundredths of a second for reaction time. And that'll be good enough for the number 11 qualifying spot. Bruno Knopp, 45 thousandths of a second for reaction time. Dialed in at a 9.7 and ran a 994 with a 7. And that won't do anything for him. He'll stay in number 15. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 252 is Tanya Scribner. That boat is a Conley Big Block Chevrolet for power, sponsored by Mr. T-Shirt, Lou Larson, Conley Marine, Mom, Dad, and Max. Dialed in at a 9 and 36, all the way over from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 169 is Michael Ratliff. He calls that outboard capital punishment. Dialed in at a 9 and 39. He is currently your number 4 qualifier. Well, Tanya Scribner dialed in at a 936, ran a 939 with an 8. And that is good enough to put her in the number 8 qualifying spot. Michael Ratliff dialed in a 939 and broke out by 7/10 of a thousandths, 10 thousandths of a second. Bleh. Ran a 938.92. He had already earned his number 3 qualifying spot earlier in qualifying, and we'll hang on to that for now at least. All right, in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 1457. Going to be Zachary Watson. Calls the boat Chicks Dig It. He's dialed in at a 905. Sponsored by T-Shirts and More, Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 40 is John the Meatball Murray. Hot Water 6, the name of the boat. He's dialed in at a 915. So John Murray turned it red by 29 hundredths of a second and then broke out by almost 12 tenths of a second. He dialed in at a 915, ran a 903 with a 4. Zachary Watson broke out by 25 thousandths of a second, dialed in at a 905, ran a 902 with a 4. And neither one of their positions will change. And your next pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 80 is Doug Fox. Calls the boat Worst Case Scenario. Dialed in at a 944. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane. Boat number 877 is Justin Stewart. White Girl Wasted, the name of the boat, out of Austin, Texas. Sponsored by Aquatic Balance Pool Service, RB Props, Infamous Brewery, Brady Truck Service, Design Ecology. Major thanks to Bill Diaz and the Ace of Spades racing crew. Bill Diaz, Bob and Tina York, Ryan Harper all helping him out. Stewie's dialed in at a 9.4. You know, I think what happened right there, Justin Stewart took him 2.65 seconds to get off the line. And then I think he just hammered it to 9:28 with a 6 on a 9.4 dial-in and broke out by just under 12/10 of a second. On the other side, Doug Fox dialed in at a 9:44, ran a 10.05 with a 3. Next up for stock eliminator in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane is boat number 555. That's going to be Randy Barron driving for Steve Walls in the Sodali Tober machine. That boat's a Youngblood powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Steve Walls, RGR Enterprises, and Rick Barnes. Are you? Randy Barron runs a 9:07 on a 9-second index. And that is good enough for the number 12 qualifying spot out of 19. Through 4 rounds of qualifying. We still have one more round to go, though. So there is time to change things. Pro Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, need you guys to go ahead and bring them down, please. Quick Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need to be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, you guys are on deck. Here comes our first pair of modified eliminators now running on an 8-second index in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane is boat number 517. That's going to be Jesse James Jr. Calls the boat Outlaw. He is the number 3 qualifier with an 8.009. And this is even scarier. The number 2 qualifier is Hardy Cole in the next lane with an 8.0012. The number 1 qualifier has an 8.010. That's how tight this class is and will remain. It's absolutely insane in these guys. Jesse James, sponsored by Lodestar Millworks, David and Kerry Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagles Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, and Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is boat number 18018. That's Hardy Cole. They call the boat Booger Red. Sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance, Sonia Owensby, 4A Pest Control, Dead Aim Racing, Carol McKinney, Dirty Bottom Racing, Ellison Systems, and LOB Racing Products. Well, telling you, this class is just absolutely mind-blowing. Jesse James Jr., 21 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Hardy Cole, 29 hundredths of a second. Thousandths of a second, both guys. And for the ETs, check this out. Jesse James Jr., 8:01 with a 2. Hardy Cole, 8:01 with a 3. It is absolutely just mind-blowing. This class is so tight, especially at the top end. And their spots don't change. Jesse James remains number 3. Hardy Cole remains number 2. And Lane McDonald, still holding on to that number 1 qualifying spot, like I said a while ago, has a 8.001. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 572 is Tyler Boehm. He's one of those guys that like to get closer to the top. He's in the number 6 spot with an 8.06 and a 7. Calls the boat the Slippery Pickle, sponsored by Walter Construction Services, Ed and Debbie Konitsky, BBC Farms, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Custom Powder Coating, Texas Car Barn, and Trinity Racing Ministries. Andrew Decker in too deep in the right lane, boat number 311. Well, Andrew Decker made himself a move. He ran an 8:007, 8:007, and that's good enough to bump Jesse James down to number 4, and Andrew Decker will take the number 3 qualifying spot. Tyler Boehm got a little fast, ran a 7:94 with a 6, broke out by 53 thousandths of a second. Your next pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 345 is Jeremy Alexander. Calls the boat Blue Bayou. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. Big Iron, the name of the boat, sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Real Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Damon Decker, 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting. Whew, I got that in. Grant Snyder made a pass out of that, 8:04 with a 5, and that's good enough to move him into the number 5 spot. 90-mile-an-hour pass. Jeremy Alexander broke out by 14 thousandths of a second. He ran a 7:98 with a 5, 7:98 with a 5 on an 8-second index, and that'll keep him in number 6. People making moves. Stuff is happening. Here's your number 1 qualifier in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. Driving for Randy McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. Calls that one Happy Hour. So Lane McDonald runs almost 27 thousandths of a second. He ran 27 thousandths of a second too fast. Ran a 7:97 with a 2 on an 8-second index. Stephen Walls on the other side, though, ran an 8:02 with a 7, and that's good enough to move him into the number 5 spot and bump Grant Snyder down 1. All right, here comes your next pair. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 157 is James Kemp. Calls the boat Side Chick. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 000 is CD Word. Sponsored by CW Metal Construction. They call that boat Rocket's Red Glare. So James Kemp will move up a spot. He was in number 10. He ran an 8:07 with a 0, and that'll put him in the number 9 qualifying spot. CD Word, 86 hundredths of a second. For a reaction time, and then ran an 8:15 with a 2. 8:15 with a 2, and that'll keep him in the number 11 spot. And that should do it for modified eliminator. Now going to be moving into top eliminator. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane is boat number 715. That is Jerry Branham. He is currently your number 1 qualifier with a 7:0007. Calls the vote Back in Black, racing out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 050 is Bob Winders. Calls the boat Mama's Diamond, racing out of Lake Hills, Texas. Sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. Starter called for the lights. 25 seconds on the countdown. Jerry Branham Back in Black in the left lane. Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond in the right. Give me 30 seconds. Jerry Branham, 52 thousandths of a second for reaction time and ran a 7:003. I'd say he's got that boat dialed in. He'll stay your number 1 qualifier. Bob Winder moves to the number 6 spot, ran a 7:08 with a 6. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane is now boat number 655. Racing out of Dallas, Texas. That is Miss Ashley Winslet. Calls the boat Vanishing Breed. Well, hello, Jody Smith. How are you? Right on. Sponsored by Rhino Co., Rebecca Banks, Fastline Fabrications. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantel, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is Matt Miller, boat number 405, calls the boat Miller Time. Racing out of El Reno, Oklahoma, currently your number 2 qualifier with a 7:015. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water. Thanks to Allie, Radley, Hazel. All right, quick eliminator. Quick eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Jet, go ahead and bring those boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Comp, flat. Go ahead and get them warmed up and get ready. Pro Outlaw, you guys are on deck. Ashley Winslet turned it red by 91 thousandths of a second. ran a 7:1:01, and it won't help. She'll stay in the number 3 spot. Matt Miller came in the number 2 qualifying spot and then broke out. So he ran a 6:93 with a 9, 6:93 with a 9 on a 7-second index. Your next pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 211 is Randy Cockrell. Calls that boat Can't Get Right. Sponsored by Steve Pruitt at Hold My Beer, WBR Motorsports, his brother Wes, Bill Diaz, Lily Construction, his beautiful wife Samantha, Dirk Diggler and the Diggler Boys, and Camel Towing for when it's wedged in tight. Superior Audio Sounds, right-hand lane is going to be boat number 990. That is Steven Sutton. Calls the boat Borrowed Money. All right. There's 10 seconds on the countdown. Randy Cockrell Can't Get Right in the left lane. Steven Sutton Borrowed Money in the right. Here we go. So Randy Cockrell runs a 7:23 with a 3. 7:23 with a 3 on a 7-second index. It won't help him. He'll stay in number 7. Steven Sutton, 7:66 with a 2, and he'll stay in the number 8 spot. Boat shut down there in the end, but he got it running again. He's going to take it to the out ramp. Your next pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 494 is George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. Calls the boat Money Well Wasted. Sponsored by Olson Piling. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 828 is Kevin Conklin, driving for Jim Burns out of Midland, Texas. They call the boat Texas High Risk. Sponsored by Bethany and Daniel, Lindley Tap Magic Cutting Oil, Hendrick Motors, and the entire crew that's always supporting them, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, and Universal Equipment Rentals and Sales. ProJet, this is your final call. ProJet, your final call. Pro Comp Flat, go ahead and bring those boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, start warming them up, please. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. Pro Mod, you guys are on deck. So George Olson turns it red by a little over a tenth of a second and ran a 7:02 with a 0, and that'll move him into the number 3 qualifying spot right behind Matt Miller. Kevin Conklin on the other side ran a 7:06 with a 3, and that's good enough to give him the number 5 qualifying spot. All right, now we're moving into Pro Eliminator, running on a 6.5 second index. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, and SWAT Speed and Marine. They call that boat Dad's Pocketbook. 6.5 seconds is the index. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 465 is Chad Cupid. All the way down from Broken Bow, Oklahoma, the boat's a DeMarco powered by Chevrolet, and he calls it Warpath. Sponsored by Allen's Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Outlaw Boat Races. Currently, Chad Cupid is your number 1 qualifier with a 6:54 with a 3. And Dawson Dickerson, almost 0.8 of a second to get off the line, and then ran an 8:05 with a 6. Chad Cupid on the other side ran a 6:55 with a 0, 6.550 on a 6.5 index, and he will remain the number 1 qualifier. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, we got boat number 84. That is Don Topliff. Calls the boat Late Life Crisis. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, Gavin Snyder, 6 to midnight. Don Topliff on a 6.5 index ran a little fast, ran a 6:49 with a 7, 6:49 with a 7. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, Gavin Snyder, also a little fast, broke out by 21 thousandths of a second, ran a 6:47 with an 8. All right. Now we're moving into quick eliminator, running on a 6-second index. For the fourth round of qualifying in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 910 is Larry Flores out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Calls the boat Hydroclimatic. Currently the number 4 qualifier with a 6:01 and 8. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 623 is Sambo Smith. Calls the boat Sucker Punch. Wanted to send out a huge thank you to Cody Childress for all of their help last night. So Larry Flotis turns it red by 21 thousandths of a second, ran a 6:03 with a 1, and it won't change anything for him. He'll stay in the number 4 spot. Sambo Smith on the other side ran a 6:06, 6.060, and that will put him in the number 5 qualifying spot. All right, here we go. We got another pair of quick eliminators. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 392 is Jason Goddard. They call that one Texas Red. Out of San Angelo, Texas, sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FPC Services. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Calls the boat Through the Fire. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and the volunteers. Also, Big Baron's Top End Grub for the great food. Ken Jenkins runs a 6:02 with a 3 and will stay in the number 2 qualifying spot. Jason Goddard ran a 6:01 with an 8, and that won't help him either. He'll stay in the number 3 spot. 142 mile an hour pass from Jason Goddard, 144 from Ken Jenkins. Pro Comp, this is your final call. Pro Comp Flat, your final call. Pro Outlaw, bring those boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, bring your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, start warming them up, get ready. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 915 is Jerry Branham, racing out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Back in the Day. All right, so the starter called for the lights. Jerry Branham is in the left lane. Back in the day, the name of the boat. Boat number 915. Currently the number 6 qualifier with a 6:14 and a 1. Looking to see if he can improve that by a notch or two. Well, he had a nice run all the way down. It just didn't get what he wanted done. 6:21 with a 1 on a 6-second index. He'll stay number 6. Next up in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is boat number 356 out of Owasso, Oklahoma. That's going to be Robert Ledbetter. Calls the boat the Honey Badger. Made 2 qualifying passes yesterday. The second one was not so good and did not make the first call for the third round of qualifying today. So hopefully they got whatever it was fixed, and we'll see what happens. This is a heads-up class, but they're only going to race to these yellow buoys right out here in front of us. They race to the 660 mark, which is that yellow set of buoys right there. Runs a 371 with a 2 for 140-mile-an-hour pass. If you lost a cell phone, we've got it up here in the timing tower. If you want to come up here and describe it and or unlock it, we can return it to its owner. All right, now we're up to Pro Comp Flat. Running as a dial-in. And the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 412 is Cole Henrik. Calls the boat Flat Attack. That boat's a DeMarco hull powered by a blown alcohol Chevrolet for power, sponsored by Henrik Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Beaton, and Peterson Tire in San Antonio. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. That boat's a Hondo powered by Chevrolet, and they call it Whiskey Tango, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Knight Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon. Special thanks to his son Chase and friend Tony for all they're doing to help. So Cole Henrik runs a 7:77 on a 6.5 dial-in, and it does nothing to help him. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, Andy Comstock dialed in at a 6:36, ran a 6:29 with a 4, and broke out by just over 0.06 of a second. All right, final call for Pro Outlaw. This is your last call for Pro Outlaw, Pro Modified. Time to put on a show. Go ahead and bring those boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Modified. Bring them to the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Hydro. Go ahead and get your boat warmed up. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 238 is Vic Fugate out of Fort Worth, Texas. Calls the boat flat blacked out. He's dialed in at a 6:64. Special thanks to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing, Two Guys Marine, and David Carroll Racing. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover driving for Jimmy Kinsey. They call the boat Bad Company 2. Sponsored by Crownover Fence and Welding, J&M Kinsey Plumbing. So Dylan runs a 6:19 on a 6:35 and breaks out by over 1/10 of a second. And that will not help. And he will stay in the number 5 qualifying spot. Vic Fugate, he broke, well, he didn't break out. He ran fine. 6:64 was the dial-in. He ran a 6:71. And that'll actually be enough to give him the number 6 qualifying spot. Here we go, a couple more Pro Comp flats in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane. Boat number 075, Larry Skiro out of Highland Haven, Texas. Calls the boat Flat Nasty, dialed in at a 6.5. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz, your current number 1 qualifier. Never Satisfied, the name of the boat. He's dialed in at a 672. Tim Ortiz had issues earlier in the weekend, but man, I'm telling you what, I think he's got those dialed in. He dialed in a 672 and actually broke out by 42 thousandths of a second, ran a 667 with a 7. He will remain the number 1 qualifier. Larry Skiro dialed in a 6.5, ran a 656 with a 9. He'll remain in the number 4 spot. Next up, in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 034 is Jeff Loring out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. He calls the boat Nasty Rumors, dialed in at a 6 flat. Currently the number 2 qualifier. He ran a 601 with a 6 yesterday. Sponsored by Jay and Lori Crocker. Thanks for all the support. Thank you to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindemann and his crew chief Tony Elam, and his lovely wife, Rebecca. You gotta run that thing all the way out the back door over there. 608 with a 0. 608 on a 6-second dial in, 127 mile an hour pass. He was hitting 132 at the 875 mark and then backed out of it just a little bit. Okay, here we go. Pro Outlaw. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 521, Rick Blethroad. He calls that nasty-looking machine down there Wild Thing, and I say nasty in a good way. It's an absolutely beautiful boat, but big old twin turbos slapped on there. Racing out of Odessa, Texas. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. He's currently your number 1 qualifier with a 525. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 851 is Chris Bean. Racing out of Temple, Texas. That's a Texas outrigger. Blown alcohol, 540 cubic inches strapped in behind him. Sponsored by Gisher Company, VS Gold Bureau, Wall Construction, CBB Properties. Calls the boat Team Fisher. Rick Blethroad, you might remember a little while ago, had kind of a bumpy little ride there toward the end. Backed out of it just a little bit, about half track. Looks like everything's all right, and they squared it away. He's back to give it another go. Hey, if you lost your cell phone, we've got one up here at the tower that somebody just turned in. If you can come up here and describe it, maybe unlock it, that would be good. We'll give it back to you. All right, starter called for the lights. There's 25 seconds on the countdown, and Rick Blethroad. And the Wild Thing is in the left lane. Chris Bean, Team Fisher in the right. You'll hear those turbos spooling up here pretty quick. Watch those capsules once they go down. Chris Bean ran too fast, 7 thousandths of a second, almost 8 thousandths of a second too fast. Ran a 5:19 with a 2 on a 5.2 index, and it won't help him. He'll stay in the number 5 qualifying spot. He was actually too fast at both ends of the course and broke out, or turned it red rather, by 400ths of a second. Rick Blethroad on the other side ran a 5:22 with a 1, and it puts him the number 1 qualifier. Here comes your next pair for Pro Outlaw. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 1028 is Bill Wire. Calls the boat Alcoholic Behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress out of Nemo, Texas. They call that boat Bad Influence. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmission, TD Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, Blakely. Thanks to Mama Judy for the help. Currently your number 2 qualifier with a 5:25 and a 4. Came into this weekend about 700 points ahead in the point standings. Hoping to hang on to that. Bill Wire is actually the guy right behind him in the points. He would like to make a few changes in that status, but we'll see. Anything can happen. There's a lot of racing still to be done.
The water looks fine as soon as the rescue boat gets out of the way.
So Bill Wire on a 5.2 index runs a 5.22 with a 7 for 179 mile an hour pass. And that'll be good enough for the number 2 qualifying spot. Cody Childress on a 5.2 index runs a 5.28 with a 167 mile an hour pass. And he'll get bumped down to the number 3 spot and run right in the middle of the field. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 765 is Gus Ward out of Sonora, Texas. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Ran that thing like it was on a string, I'm telling you. It just sat down and ran. That was exactly the run he wanted right there. Ran a 5.27 with a 6. $196 mile an hour. I don't know about that. He was doing 128 at the 875, so we'll go with that. Here comes your next pair. Moving now into Pro Modified, running on a 5.6 second index in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 255. Is going to be Cade Genesek. Calls the boat All or Nothing, sponsored by JP&E, Eric Dement and the Real Bad Boys, David Kirkland Racing, RESP, Trinity Racing Ministry. He is currently the number 11 qualifier with a 575 and 3. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane in the 178 machine they call Out of Reach, that's going to be Daryl Ehrlich. Mad Max driving for Doug Mader out of Round Rock, Texas, sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security and Retirement. The whole crew, special thanks to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding, Waco, Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, Mackenzie, Angela, and Dan. Special thanks to Robert Jers for the four-wheeler. And a big thank you to Travis Tuttle for the help this weekend. .20 seconds on the countdown. Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich out of reach in the right lane. Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the left. Cade Genesek, that kid is putting together a weekend. I can just tell you. Ran a 561. .561 with a 2. And that'll move him into the number 3 qualifying spot. Daryl Ehrlich ran a 557 with a 3, and it won't change anything for him. He'll stay number 2.
Cade Janicek went 61, and Ehrlich, your balls, went 57.
I guess so.
We got to get that plug.
That's why I was kidding.
All right, so here's your next pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 810. It's going to be boat number 810, Mallory Carroll, driving for David Carroll, running out of Marble Falls, Texas. Calls the boat A Little More Therapy, sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens, driving out of Burnett, Texas. They call the boat Aquaholic. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reality's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. Starter says, let's go yellow. Here we go. 25 seconds on the countdown. Mallory Carroll, a little more therapy in the left lane. Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic in the right. Personal Watercraft, I need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft, need your boats to the in-ramp for round 5. Stock Eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator, you're on deck. Mallory Carroll runs a 5.68 with a 3. 159-mile-an-hour pass. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, Jay Hudgens runs a 5.606 with a 5, and that's good enough for the number 3 qualifying spot. Bill Miller, they need you at Henry Bainey's pit, please. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 947 is Jeremy Schmidt. Calls the boat no excuses. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is boat number 716. That's going to be Sean Reed, who is currently your number 1 qualifier with a 5.602. They call that boat Top Secret. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK, Reed Trucking and Excavating, Hughes Oilfield Transportation, the crew, Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, and Andrea. All right, Gary Gray says, let's do this thing. There's 25 seconds on the countdown. Jeremy Schmidt, no excuses. In the left lane, Sean Reed, Top Secret in the right. So Jeremy Schmidt turns it red by 0.02 of a second, and then ran a 5.97 I mean, a 5:59 with a 7 on a 5:6.
Not bad at all. And you had an 09.
Didn't do anything to help him. And Sean Reed on the other side already was the number 1 qualifier with a 5:6.02. He ran a 5:6.03. So nothing changes there.
Split by 2 thou and had a 5:59.
In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lempar out of Comfort, Texas. Calls the boat Anger Management. Sponsored by Jeff Roast, the Cocky Rooster Bard. Jeff Hill's Trailer Sales, thanks to Jamie and Jerry. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 007S is Steve Walls out of San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat Shaken, Not Stirred. It's a Curtis with a Brodix 521 for power, sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons, Fine Woodworking, and a big thank you to Michelle, Sella, Bruce, Stephen, Carl, Becky, Jason, Shanna, Cody, Mandy, Marvin, Billy, and Tag. Also, thank you to Cody Childress and Jerry Hardwick for their help and knowledge. All right, so we had some boats down there in the shutdown area. We finally got those cleared, and here we go. Greg Lempar, Anger Management, is in the left lane. Steve Walls, Shaken Not Stirred, in the right. There's 15 seconds left on the countdown. So nothing's going to change there. Steve Walls ran a 6.66 with a 3 on a 5.6 index. And Greg Lampard runs a 5.62 with a 5 on a 5.6 index. And he'll stay in that number 5 spot. Here we go. Your next pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed. Out of Arlington, Texas. They call the boat Wound Too Tight. Local sponsor is Concho Painting LLC since 1987 in San Angelo. Two Guys Marine in Del Rio. CCR Fiberglass and Marine. NGK Spark Plugs. Beaver Fab. Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle. Trinity Racing Ministries. His crew chief, Wesley Ice. Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie helping out. The Tuttle family. Thank you for all they do for us. And the crew, Bink and Bart Giles. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, got boat number 5. That's going to be Jason Brandt out of Ingram, Texas, rather. Calls that boat Hydro Hysteria. Sponsored by Brandon and Ashley Lofstrom in Brady, Texas. Guild Mortgage, Felix Gomez Jr., Racing in Memory of Papa Sean Monahan, City Limits Bar and Grill, MTR Racing. And thanks to the Prather family for their hospitality and food. Personal Watercraft, this is your final call for your 5th and final round of qualifying. Personal Watercraft, final call. Stock Eliminator. Bring them to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. And Top Eliminator. Grab your gear, you guys are on deck. Little bit of a slowdown down at the out ramp. Working to get these boats back on the trailers, and then we'll clear that. All right, starter says let's do this thing. Robin Reed wound too tight in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane. Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria in the right lane. Jason Brandt, currently your number 10 qualifier. And Robin Reed, currently number 7. In a field of 13, I think both of them would like to move up some. Maybe we'll see that happen right now. Jason Brandt turned it red by 27 thousandths of a second and then ran a 5.49 with a 7 on a 5.6. and broke out by a little over a tenth of a second. Robin Reed broke out by 8 thousandths of a second, ran a 5:59 with a 1 on a 158 mile an hour pass. So neither one of them will change. Your next pair in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 420 is going to be Terry Kane. Out of Los Alamos, New Mexico, the boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. He calls the boat Racing Kane. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 647 is Mickey Snyder. Out of Rio Medina, Texas, calls the boat Top Gun. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto and Marine, Real Fab and Welding, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lowly Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery. Thanks to his wife Glenda and the pit crew. Whoop, whoop. Get it. Mickey Snyder, currently the number 13 qualifier on a 5.6 index. The best time he's had has been a 7:25. So I know that they are looking to fix that. Terry Kane, number 11 qualifier with a 5.71 on a 5.6 index.
Here's what he does, huh? See how their capsules are open right now?
They look like swans to me.
Come on, Nick.
Come on, people. He's dying on that damn thing. That hot soup.
Starter called for lights. 25 seconds. Mickey Snyder, Top Gun in the right lane. Terry Kane, Racing Kane in the left. That Top Gun machine is just not right. And I bet you that Mickey is very frustrated with all of that. Just ran a 7.303. Not the run he wanted, I can promise you that. Terry Kane on the other side ran a 6.03 with a 4, so neither one of those guys did themselves any favor in the pairing order.
Race fans, don't move. There's more racing on Racer H2O coming up right after these messages. Please be sure to subscribe to this channel or follow this page for more amazing watercraft racing coverage. Thanks again for watching Racer H2O. Race fans, don't forget to take those 3 simple steps to help Racer H2O on YouTube. First, subscribe to our channel by clicking on the subscribe button. Next, click on the like button to let everyone know how much you enjoyed watching our content. Then, Be sure to click on the bell button to be informed anytime Racer H2O posts new content. Thanks for doing your part, race fans. We hope you enjoy our show.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, don't move. There's more racing on Racer H2O coming up right after these messages. Please be sure to subscribe to this channel or follow this page for more amazing watercraft racing coverage. Thanks again for watching Racer H2O. Race fans, don't forget to take those 3 simple steps to help Racer H2O on YouTube. First, subscribe to our channel by clicking on the subscribe button. Next, click on the like button to let everyone know how much you enjoyed watching our content. Then, be sure to click on the bell button to be informed anytime Racer H2O posts new content. Thanks for doing your part, race fans. We hope you enjoy our show.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
Hey, don't forget tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock down at the VIP tent, we will have a non-denominational chapel service, courtesy of Trinity Racing Ministries. Brother Mike putting that on. Brother Ricky will be there. Always a worthwhile trip down there to go get a little inspiration for the day. And since tonight is Saturday night, some of us might need saving tomorrow. You never know. Either way, church service tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock at the VIP tent down there. Stock Eliminator this year, final call to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, go ahead and bring those boats to the line, please. Modified Eliminator, go ahead and bring those boats to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, you guys are warming up. And Pro Eliminator, you guys are on deck. Round number 5 of qualifying.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
T-shirts rather. And you can buy RESP raffle tickets from her back there. Talk to them about family memberships and corporate memberships as well. RESP raffling off a Yeti Tundra 110 valued at $500. $5 a ticket. There are 4 consolation prizes. The AO Canvas soft cooler that'll hold a 36-pack and 20 pounds of ice. Tickets available right back there at the Drag Boat Review booth. You can get those right now. The drawing will be held November 19th at the NJBA Finals race in Bakersfield, California. You don't have to go all the way over there to see if you won. They'll call you. Who else we got? Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars. They've got rentals over there, by the way. If you're tired of walking around out here and you need a rental golf cart, go by and see them. They'll get you squared away. Hopefully they still got some. I know they had a whole lot full, and now they're down to a few. So If you need one, maybe don't waste a whole lot of time getting over there. Let's see. Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, they've got their store set up over there. You can stop in if you need ice, if you need some more cold beverages, adult or otherwise, they've got them over there. And let's see who else is there. Gomez Creations. I almost forgot them earlier. They're down at the bottom of my list. That was not intentional. They've got shirts. They've got some really cool bling deals that go on your Crocs. If you need some bling for your Crocs, they've got them. They also have jewelry and other things. And then West Texas Country Designs. They also have cups and other items. They're having a huge clearance this weekend on their t-shirts and tank tops. They're $5 each. And then we have food vendors. We've got Break Time 2. Excuse me, they're doing snow cones today, raising money for the Cristoval FFA. Did I get that right? Cristoval. There we go. Cristoval FFA chapter. All the proceeds from those snow cone sales are going to help those FFA kids. Also have El Trompo del Nascar. They've got tacos, quesadillas, burgers. Today they've got menudo and tamales. They'll have that tomorrow as well. Boogies. They got burgers, brisket sandwiches, pulled pork sandwiches. I've not had one, but I've heard from people walking by that the pulled pork sandwiches are mighty tasty. Hidden Treasures Cafe has got wraps, burgers, and salads. The Valley Coffee Company, they've got cold brew lattes. If you're needing a little pick-me-up, but you don't want a hot cup of coffee right now, grab one of those. And then last but certainly not least on my list, Tacos Locos is set up down here at the pit end of Vendor Row. And they've got tacos and all kinds of stuff over there. They brought us some melon juice earlier. Woo, that was tasty. Thank you for that, by the way. Appreciate you bringing that up. And now, last but not least on my list is Cookers for Christ. They're down there cooking in the VIP area. Been providing food for the crew all weekend as well. And then Blaine's Pub handling the VIP area, but has not brought anything for the crew yet. So I'm not sure what's up with that. So anyway, there's all of our vendors that are set up back here on Vendor Row. So while we got a quick break, run back there and go check that out. I think we had to switch out another sensor. I'm not sure what we're holding on now. All right. I said that, and boom. They called for the lights. We are good to go. Henry Bainey, don't blink. Boat number 459. He's in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane. Had a transmission issue earlier. They got that fixed, they think, and here we go. Yes, indeed. They got it fixed. Ran a 582 for 149 mile an hour pass. He'll hold on to his number 6 qualifying spot. But he got the run in. And I believe we're going to have a top alcohol hydro make a pass next. Hey, modified eliminators, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp if you're not already down there. Modified eliminator should be headed to the in-ramp if you're not already there. Top eliminator should be warming up for round 5. And pro eliminator, grab your gear. So I think we got Ricky House back out there trying to make a license pass again. Driving Buzzy Bose's Bad Moon Rising, top alcohol hydro. So Ricky, they tell me, drives a top fuel Harley on land. And I'm not taking anything from him, but I believe maybe racing a top alcohol hydro on the water might be a wee bit trickier. Lots more going on in there. We'll see how it goes. They've had electrical issues with this boat. Every time they close the capsule, it dies. Looks like they got that figured out. There he goes. All right. That was by far the best run. In fact, I think it was the only run we've seen out of that boat all weekend. I'm glad they got that squared away. 42 hundredths of a second. Half track license pass. Between 660 and want to send out a big hello to all you folks out there in Racer H2O land. Thank you guys for taking a bit of your day and hanging out with us. 154 people online on YouTube watching us. But they're also broadcasting on Facebook Live, Twitter, and Twitch. I didn't even know those were Twitter and Twitch. I didn't know it was done. So you learned something. These guys have been with us all weekend, all summer long, broadcasting all of our racing live for folks that can't make it. And it's pretty cool. Also, if you had a run that you really wish you'd have caught on video or whatever, they put those on YouTube later on, and you can actually do a search real quick and find it, and then you can go back and rewind and take a look, and you can actually see those runs again. So that's pretty cool. I've been doing that, showing some of my friends stuff, because I don't always have time to try to record them while I'm up here working. But it's a pretty cool deal, and we're glad they're with us. And we're certainly glad that you're out there watching from the comfort of your own home, hanging out in your recliner with your cold beer and your air conditioning, and I'm not jealous at all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally made it all the way back around to round 5. Personal watercraft, round 5 of qualifying. Here we go in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 357, Jacob Nodler. Got his lucky Hawaiian shorts on today, and he had himself a nice run a while ago. Jumped up to the number 2 qualifying spot, looking to see if he can do it again. He's dialed in at a 13:05. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J, Chris, Clay, Ellis County Barbecue, and everyone who's helped along the way. Dedicating this season to his uncle, Tall Paul Bischoff. And a thank you also to GNC Machine. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is Raven Broadway. Calls the boat the Golden Child. Had a football game yesterday, had to go to school yesterday. Mallory Carroll ran his boat for him yesterday just to make sure he was in the points and to make sure he got the qualifying runs in. I thought that was really cool. This place really is a family, and the racers always take care of each other. Raven calls that boat the Golden Child, and he's dialed in at a 1073. We might have a little behind the scenes footage of Mallory on that deal. We'll play it later. So Raven jumps early in 0.2 of a second in the red. Dialed in at a 10.73, ran a 10.75 with a 3. Or a 10.75 with a 6, rather, and that'll give him the number 5 qualifying spot. Jacob Nodler dialed in at 13.05, ran a 13.02 with a 5, and broke out by 24 thousandths of a second. So he'll remain in that number 2 qualifying spot at the end of 5 rounds, unless somebody bumps him out of it shortly. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 004 is Angelo Shaw. Angelo Shaw currently leading in the points, or was at the beginning of the weekend, for personal watercraft. She is also the number 1 qualifier. Calls the boat Bein' Bad, sponsored by Mom, Dad, the Bad Company Race Team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving, Derek and Melanie Crownover. Special thanks to the SDBA. It's been a great ride. San Angelo will be the last race for Angelo Shaw. She graduates high school in May and going to be leaving for college and won't have time to race. And it will be our loss, that's for sure. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Almost Miller Time. She dialed in at 11:18 and ran an 11:53. And she'll finish out the qualifying in the number 4 qualifying spot. Angelo Shaw in the number 1 spot. Dialed in at a 13:48, ran a 13:65 with a 9, and nothing will change. There's neighbor John right there. He snuck in on me. What are you doing, senor?
Watching boat.
I have not seen you all day.
Been right here.
Are you filling bottles tonight?
Yes, sir.
All right. So all of you capsule guys, neighbor John wants me to remind you, bring those bottles to him early. Don't make him stay up all night trying to fill bottles. He doesn't want to do that.
I'm old.
Bring them early.
I'm an old fart.
In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn, doing time 2, the name of the boat. She's dialed in at a 10:65. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 1469 is Colton Byler. Calls that ski Stretch, dialed in at a 12:74. Lynn Blackburn dialed in at a 10:65, ran a 10:69, and she will stay in the number 6 qualifying spot. Colton Byler dialed in at a 12:74 and broke out by 29 thousandths and ran a 12:71. Here comes your next pair. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 238S is Shelby Hudgens. Comes in number 3 in the points, hoping to make some changes. Catch Me If You Can, the name of the boat. Driving for Jay Hudgens, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. She's dialed in at a 15:82. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 117S is Brendan Lempar. Drives a ski called Megalodon, dialed in at a 14.9. So Shelby Hudgens dialed in at a 1582 and ran a little fast. 28 thousandths too fast. And ran a 1579 with a 1. So she'll finish out the day in the number 7 qualifying spot. Superior Audio Sounds right lane. Brendan Lempar dialed in at a 14.9, ran a 15.05, and that won't, actually it did help him. He'll finish out the day. Actually, he already had that time, it looks like. Ran a 15.05.1 again, and it'll keep him in the number 8 spot, which will most likely pair him up against Angelo Shaw tomorrow. We'll see how that works out. But that's it. So personal watercraft at the end of 5 rounds of qualifying. Angelo Shaw is your number 1 qualifier. Jacob Nodler, number 2. Colton Byler, number 3. Radley Miller, number 4. Raven Broadway will be 5. Lynn Blackburn will be in the 6th spot. Shelby Hudgens, 7. And Brendan Lempar will be your number 8 qualifier. And now, moving into stock eliminator. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 007 is Bailey Schmidt. Calls the boat Silver Bullet, dialed in at 11.18. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 707 is Natasha Cruz, Crackerjack. So neither one of them changed positions. There's actually 19 boats in this field. So lots of things can happen between now and the end of this round. But Bailey Schmidt dialed in at 11.18, ran at 11.25. It won't help her. She'll stay number 7 for now. Natasha Cruz dialed in at a 9.99, ran a 9.73, and broke out by a quarter of a second. She was too fast at the front end as well, 26 hundredths of a second too fast at both ends of the course, to be honest with you. When did they bring? There goes Jace. In search of the perfect shot. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Plum Crazy, the name of the machine. Driving for Alan Doty Kirshner, racing in memory of Max Davis. Thank you, MTR, also. Currently the number 10 qualifier, and he's dialed in at a 9.27. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 064, Bruno Knopp. Calls the boat Checkered Pass, dialed in at a 9.93, sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Postal Annex. Special thanks to Gary Snow at Performance Marine and his wife Courtney. So Rodney Blackstock will jump up 4 points to the number 6 qualifying spot from number 10. He dialed in at a 9.27, ran a 9.30 with a 1. Bruno Knopp doesn't change. Dialed in a 9.93 and broke out, ran 69 thousandths of a second too fast on a 9.86. And that'll leave him in the number 17 spot. Modified eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp already. Top eliminator, you guys should be 100% ready to go. Pro eliminator should be ready. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 061, Frank Mummy. Out of San Antonio, Texas, calls the boat Breakout another 1,000. Currently the number 14 qualifier, dialed in at a 10.12. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. Calls the boat Harry Canary. Sponsored by A.E. Shull, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports. Special thanks to Rick Gordon and Jimmy Kemp. Cedarbuilt, Pumps by Chop, Back in Black Crew. Thanks to the parents, also to VFW and Auxiliary in Willow, California. Stephen Russell comes in currently the number 2 qualifier. Well, he'll still be the number 2 qualifier. He's had some solid runs this weekend, but that wasn't one of them. He was too early at the light, almost 0.05 of a second too fast. And then he dialed in at a 9:43, ran a 9:29 with a 3 and broke out by almost 0.14 of a second. Frank Mummy on the other side broke out as well. He dialed in at a 10:12, ran a 10:07 with an 8. And that will not change either one of their positions. Smells good. Okay, here comes your next pair for stock eliminator. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 877 is Justin Stewart out of Austin, Texas. They call the boat White Girl Wasted. Sponsored by Aquatic Balance Pool Service, RB Props, Infamous Brewery, Brady Truck Service, Design Ecology. A major thanks to Bill Diaz and Ace of Spades Racing. The crew, Bill Diaz, Bob and Tina York, Ryan Harper. Dialed in at a 9.2. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 222 is JT Mooney, currently the number 19 qualifier. Dialed in at a 9.9. Oh my goodness. Would you look at that? JT Mooney came in the number 19 qualifier and moves all the way up to number 5 with that run. Dialed in at a 990, ran a 992 with a 5, and makes a huge jump at the very last minute when it counted the most. Justin Stewart will end up in the number 8 spot. Dialed in at a 9.2, ran a 923 with a 4. But JT Mooney comes up huge when he needed it. All right. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 1776 is Ricky Brooks. Calls the boat American Pride. Sponsored by Cool Creations, Boat Docks, Winger Race Engines, Central Texas Jets. The tuner is Mickey Harlow. And they're dialed in at a 9.4. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 80 is Doug Fox. Worst case scenario, the name of that machine, sponsored by Flying F Farms. And dialed in at a 9:45. His best run so far, 9:45 with a 6. If he can do that again, it'll sure bump him up. Nope. Did not get it done, and he will remain the number 16 qualifier. Ran a 10:41 with a 2 on a 9:45 dial-in. Ricky Brooks on the other side dialed in at a 9.4 and broke out by 38 thousandths of a second. And he will finish the day in the number 11 qualifying spot unless somebody bumps him or moves him around. Modified Eliminator, this is your final call. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, need you to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Quick Eliminator, stand by, you're on deck. Top Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp, please. All right, in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars. Left-hand lane, boat number 169 is Michael Ratliff. Calls that boat Capital Punishment. Dialed in at a 9 and 38. He's currently the number 3 qualifier. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Collusion. Sponsored by Dale Nichols Marble in Weatherford, Texas. Unrivaled Diesel in Weatherford, Texas. And thank you to John, Rachel, Jonna, Team Nasty Rumors for all their help. He's dialed in at a 9 and 48. So neither one of their positions are going to change. Michael Ratliff dialed in at a 938, ran a 941 with an 8. And it won't change. He'll finish out the day in the number 3 qualifying spot. Dusty Peterson dialed in a 948 and broke out by 0.03 of a second. Ran a 944 with an 8. Here's your next pair. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 555 is Randy Barron. That boat's a Youngblood powered by Chevrolet. They call it Sodally Tober, driving for Steve Walls, sponsored by Steve Walls, RGR Enterprises, and Rick Barnes. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, your number 1 qualifier is Blackie Bame. Blackie's Magic, the name of the boat. He's dialed in at a 1058. So Randy Barron ran it too fast. Dialed in at a 9 flat, ran an 890. And nothing will change. He'll stay in the number 13 spot. Blackie Bame dialed in at a 1058, ran a 1065. He's already the number 1 qualifier. He'll stay there unless somebody takes it away from him in the next few rounds. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane is boat number 784. That's going to be George Ochoa. Calls the boat somewhere down in Texas. Number 17 qualifier out of 19 boats right now, but looking to see if they can make that better. He's dialed in at a 9.6. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is Garrick Snyder. Calls the boat Young Gun. Dialed in at a 9.18. Currently in the number 4 qualifying spot And would you look at that? Garrick Snyder, just like that, moves all the way up to the number 1 spot for qualifying. He ran a 918 with a 5 on a 918 dial-in and got the job done when he needed it. Finishes out 5 rounds of qualifying and bumps into the number 1 spot. George Ochoa didn't change his position at all. 0.6 of a second for a reaction time. Dialed in at a 9.6, ran a 9.96. And he will finish out the day in the number 17 spot. All right, here comes Zachary Watson in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 1457. He calls the boat Chicks Dig It. Sponsored by T-Shirts and More, Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction. And in the superior audio sounds right-hand lane, boat number 40 is John the Meatball Murray. Calls the boat Hot Water 6, dialed in at a 9 flat out of Kingsland, Texas. So John Murray will finish out today in the number 11 qualifying spot with a 9.043. And Zachary Watson will not improve any at all. He'll stay at number 6, ran a 9.04 with an 8. And I believe this is going to be our last stock eliminator. In the superior audio sounds right-hand lane, boat number 252, Tanya Scribner, the Wicked TNT Machine. Holding the number 10 qualifying spot with a 939 and 8, dialed in at a 939. Looking to see what she can do with that. Sponsored by Mr. T-Shirt, Lou Larson, Connolly Marine, Mom, Dad, and Max. 25 seconds on the countdown for Tanya Scribner. Top eliminator. This will be your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, go ahead and bring your boats to the line, please. Pro Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Yeah, she got it done. Dialed in at a 939, ran a 940 with a 9, and that'll move her up from number 10 to number 4. That's the way to finish the day right there. So I believe that is all of our stock eliminators. Garrick Snyder will be your number 1. Blackie Bame, Stephen Russell, Tanya Scribner, Michael Ratliff, JT Mooney, Zachary Watson, Rodney Blackstock, Justin Stewart, Bailey Schmidt, John Murray, Ricky Brooks, Dusty Peterson, Randy Barron, Natasha Cruz, Frank Mummy, Doug Fox, George Ochoa, and Bruno Knopp will round it out at number 19. Pro Eliminator. Bring them to the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator. Warm them up and get ready. Pro Jet, you guys are on deck. Stand by. Here we go in modified eliminator. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars. Boat number 157 is going to be James Kemp. Calls that boat Side Chick. 8 seconds is the index now. Sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, and Guy Hand Motorsports. In the superior audio sounds right-hand lane, boat number 311 is Andrew Decker. In Too Deep, the name of the boat. Sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services. All right, so James Kemp on an 8-second index runs an 8:08 with a 1, and it doesn't improve him at all. He'll stay number 9. Andrew Decker came in as number 3 qualifier, ran an 8:03 with a 2, and that won't change either. We talked about this last round, but number 1, 2, and 3 in the qualifying, Lane McDonald is your number 1 qualifier right now with an 8:001. Hardy Cole right behind him with an 8:0012. And Andrew Decker with an 8:0075. Jesse James Jr. right behind them with an 8:0092. That's how tight the top 4 are. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 572 is Tyler Boehm. Calls the boat the Slippery Pickle out of Rio Medina, Texas, sponsored by Walton Construction Services, Ed and Debbie Konitsky, BBC Farms, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Custom Powder Coating, Texas Car Barn, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to the crew, Mama Kay, Daniel, Kyra, Tim and Cheryl, Kevin and Carla Flesh, Shane, and all the many blessings from God. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, Jeremy Alexander calls his boat Blue Bayou, boat number 345. Tyler Boehm, currently your number 8 qualifier. Jeremy Alexander, number 7. So Tyler Boehm will actually go down a notch. Ran an 8:24 with an 8, and that'll put him down to the number 8 spot from number 7. And Jeremy Alexander moves up a little bit to the number 6 spot. Ran an 8:03.7. And now in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. Driving the boat they call Happy Hour, sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking. He is your number 5 qualifier right now. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage, currently your number 1 qualifier. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Altex Welder, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson. And nothing will change after that run. Lane McDonald on an 8-second index ran a 7:98. And Stephen Walls on an 8-second index ran an 8:103, which was not good enough to change his number 5 position. So he will stay number 5, and Lane McDonald will remain in number 1 for now. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 018 is Hardy Cole. Driving for Mickey Harlow, they call the boat Booger Red. Sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance in Tulsa, Sonia Owensby in Odessa, 4A Pest Control in Odessa, Dead Aim Racing in Odessa, Carol McKinney in St. Louis, Missouri, Dirty Bottom Racing in Joplin, Missouri, Ellison Systems in Odessa, and LOB Racing Products. Currently your number 2 qualifier with an 8:0012 in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane. Boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. Calls the boat Big Iron. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Damon Decker, 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Regan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, and Illuma Lighting. Currently, Grant Snyder, your number 7 qualifier. So neither one will change. Grant Snyder runs an 8.207, and he'll remain number 7 qualifier. And Hardy Cole runs an 8.05 with a 3, and that'll leave him in the number 2 spot. Pro Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator. Go ahead and bring those boats to the in-ramp, please. Bring the boats to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator. Pro Jet, warm them up, get ready. Pro Comp Flat, grab your gear, you're on deck. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 517 rather, is Jesse James Jr. Currently the points leader in Modified Eliminator, and currently with an 8.009, believe it or not, the number 4 qualifier. He races out of Tyler, Texas, calls the boat Outlaw. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, Dave and Kerry Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagles Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, and Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, CD Word out of San Angelo, Texas, sponsored by CW Metal Construction. Thanks to the family, Becky, Megan, Corey, Chris, Case, and Miranda. They call that boat Rockets Red Glare, boat number 000. He's the number 11 qualifier with an 8.15. So neither one will change. They'll finish out the day where they were. Jesse James Jr. will be the number 4 qualifier tomorrow. He broke out, ran a 7.999 on an 8-second index, and it won't help him. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, CD Word ran an 8.15 with a 7. He had an 8.15 with a 2 earlier, and that gave him the number 11 spot, and that is where he will stay. So for Modified Eliminator, Lane McDonald will be number 1. Hardy Cole will be number 2. Andrew Decker, number 3. Jesse James Jr., number 4. Stephen Walls in the 5 spot. Jeremy Alexander, number 6. Grant Snyder, number 7. Tyler Bame, number 8. James Kemp will be in number 9 spot. Austin Fugate will be in the 10 spot. And CD Word will be the number 11 qualifier for Modified Eliminator. Now moving into Top Eliminator. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 828 is Kevin Conklin. Calls the boat Texas High Risk. He's driving for Jim Burns. They're racing out of Midland, Texas. That's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Bethany and Daniel Lindley, Tap Magic Cutting Fluids, Hendrick Motors, and the entire crew that always supports them. Wayman Pittsford Incorporated, always supporting them, and Universal Equipment Rentals and Sales. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane is boat number 211, Randy Cockrell. Sponsored by Steve Pruitt and Hold My Beer, WBR Motorsports and his brother Wes. Bill Diaz, Lily Construction, his beautiful wife Samantha, Dirk Diggler and the Diggler Boys, and Camel Towing when it's wedged in tight. Randy Cockrell calls the boat Can't Get Right. Kevin Conklin runs a 7.03 with a 2, and it'll give him the number 4 qualifying spot. Randy Cockrell runs a 7.17 with a 4. That'll leave him number 7, I believe. So attention in the pits real quick. We will have a driver's meeting this evening. We will do that at the same time as the number 1 qualifiers and reaction time awards. And that will be in the VIP tent 45 minutes after the last pass. I will make sure we announce that again, but just keep it in mind. All right, in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane is boat number 405. That's going to be Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Miller Time. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Waters. Thanks to Allie, Radley, and Hazel. He is your number 2 qualifier right now with a 7:01 with a 5. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 050 is Bob Winder. Calls the boat Mama's Diamond. Out of Lake Hills, Texas, sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. All right, Matt Miller and Miller Time in the left lane. Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond in the right. 12 seconds left on the countdown. Bob Winder currently your number 6 qualifier. Matt Miller currently number 2. Neither one of them will change positions. Matt Miller ran a 7:04. He already had the number 2 spot with a 7:01.5. And Bob Winder ran a 7:13 with a 4. 7:13 with a 4. And he'll finish out the day in the number 6 spot. In the Hawkins and Battery Cars, Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, that's what I was trying to say. Left-hand lane, boat number 655 is Miss Ashley Winslet. Vanishing Breed, the name of the machine. Racing out of Dallas, Texas, sponsored by Rhino-Co. Rebecca Banks, Fastline Fabrications. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantal, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz. Racing for the Davises, her mentors and family. Jerry, Nancy, and Max, racing in heaven. You will all be missed. Dedicating this race in loving memory of Sam Stacks and the Stacks family. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 990 is Steven Sutton. Calls the boat Borrowed Money. If you have lost the key to your vehicle, we may have it up here at the tower. It was found down in front of the store. Come on up to the tower. Give it a little description real quick and we'll get that back to you. So Ashley Winslet runs a 7:13 with a 9. She left early, almost 0.12 of a second in the red. And that will not do anything to improve the situation, so she will finish out the day in number 5 qualifying spot. Steven Sutton in the right lane. on a 7-second index, ran an 8:47 with an 8, and that'll do nothing for him. He'll stay in the number 8 spot. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 494 is going to be George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. Sponsored by Olson Piling. They call the boat Money Well Wasted. Currently the number 3 qualifier with a 7:02. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call. Quick Eliminator, your final call. Pro Jet, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, start warming up, get ready. Pro Outlaw, stand by. George Olson in the lane. In the Money Well Wasted machine, there's 10 seconds left to go on the countdown. George Olson runs a 7:06 with a 2. And he will finish out the day in the number 3 qualifying spot. And I believe that's it for modified eliminator, or top eliminator rather. So it finishes out looking like this. Jerry Brandon will be your number 1 qualifier. Matt Miller number 2. George Olson will be in the 3 spot. Kevin Conklin hold the 4. Ashley Winslet number 5. Bob Winder number 6. Randy Cockrell number 7. And Steven Sutton will round out the group in the number 8 spot. And now we're moving into Pro Eliminator, running on a 6.5 second index. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane. Boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson, sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, and SWAT Speed and Marine. They call the boat Dad's Pocketbook. He is currently your number 2 qualifier with a 6:55 and 1. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 84 is Don Topliff. Licensed into this class yesterday morning with a brand new boat for him. Calls it Late Life Crisis, and he is your number 3 qualifier with a 6:61 and 5. Sponsored by Whiskey River in San Angelo, Dr. T Racing, thanks to the crew chief John Masick, his wife Linda, daughter Brooke, and crew Ty Chandler and Doug Fox all helping him out. 5 seconds to go, here we go. Check it out. Don Topliff comes through right when he needed it. 0.005 of a second for a reaction time. And on a 6.5 index, ran a 6.51 with a 9. It's good enough for the number 1 qualifying spot. Dawson Dickerson will be number 2. He ran a 6.53 with a 6 on a 6.5 index. And that gave him the number 2 spot. Here's the only 2 guys that could move that. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 657, Gavin Snyder calls the boat 6 to midnight. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto and Marine, Real Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machinery, Reagan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to the family and crew. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 465 is Chad Cupid out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma, calls the boat Warpath. Sponsored by Allen's Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Outlaw Boat Races. So that'll finish out the Pro Eliminator. Gavin Snyder ran a 6:47 with a 6 on a 6.5 index and was too fast. And Chad Cupid ran a 6:58 with a 1. So they will finish this way. Don Topliff bumps himself to the number 1 qualifying spot with that last round. Dawson Dickerson will be in number 2. Chad Cupid number 3. And Gavin Snyder will be your number 4 qualifier. Pro Jet, this is your final call. Pro Jet, your final call. Pro Comp Flat needs your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, start warming them up and get ready. Pro Mod, you guys are on deck. And now we're going to move into Quick Eliminator. Running on a 6-second index in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 915 is Jerry Branham. Racing out of Tyler, Texas, in a boat he calls Back in the Day. He is currently the number 6 qualifier. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 910, Mr. Larry Flores out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, calls the boat Hydroclimatic. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction, his wife Kim Flores. Special thanks to Tom Garcia and all the shop boys, the Body Works, and the good Lord above. On a 6-second index, Larry Flores is your number 4 qualifier with a 6:01 and 8. These classes have been crazy competitive today. Starter called for the lights. Jerry Branham, Back in the Day in the left lane. Larry Flores, Hydroclimatic in the right. Jerry Branham left early, 0.03 of a second too fast, and then ran a 6:15 with a 4, and it wasn't enough to help him. Larry Flores was patient. He waited 0.2 of a second for a reaction time, but then he pushed a little hard getting to the other end and broke out by 0.07 of a second. He ran a 5:99 with a 2, and he will finish the day in the number 4 qualifying spot. All right, in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 623, Sambo Smith calls the boat Sucker Punch out of Morro Bay, Arkansas. Sponsored by Sambo Logging, GNC Machine, Brazos Feed, and Morro Bay Mafia. This race dedicated to Danny Anderson, and a huge thank you to Cody Childress for all of the help last night, getting everything squared away. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 392 is Jason Gothard. Calls the boat Texas Red from right here in San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FPC Services, Special thanks to the crew chief, Terry Marshall, the family, Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, and Bruce and Sella Hodges. So Sambo Smith runs a 6:01 with an 8, and it's still only good enough for the number 5 qualifying spot. Jason Goddard runs a 6:01 with a 7. He'll end in the number 3 spot, but he had a 6:01.0 earlier, and that's what got that for him. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. The boat's a Cole powered by Chevrolet. They call the boat Through the Fire. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and all the volunteers for the great job as always. Thanks to Big Baron's Top End Grub for the great food all season. Been cooking out there in the pits all season long and taking good care of everybody. Pro Outlaw, this is your final call. Pro Outlaw, your final call. No, Pro Comp Flat, I'm sorry, your final call. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the ramp. Pro Comp Flat is your final call. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the ramp. Pro Modified, start warming them up, get ready. Top Alcohol Flat, stand by. So Ken Jenkins runs a 6:06 with an 8 to finish out the round. And I believe that's it for quick eliminators, which will leave Brody Martin in the number 1 qualifying spot. Ken Jenkins will be number 2. Jason Goddard, number 3. Larry Flotis will have the 4 spot. Sambo Smith in the 5. Jerry Branham in 6. And Tommy Powell will bring up the rear in the number 7 spot.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
Pro Outlaw, this will be your final call. Pro Outlaw, your final call to the ramp. Pro Modified, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, need your boats at the in-ramp. Top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro, and top fuel hydro. Start warming up and be ready for all of the festivities to come. How's that? There you go. Just so you folks that are watching know, we got some stuff brewing. I don't even have all of it down yet, but the one thing I do know is the final run of the day is a grudge match, and it's going to have Marty Logan in his top alcohol hydro against Kevin Kinsley in his top fuel hydro. You're going to want to stick around for that one. You might even want to call your grandkids, put them on video chat so they can watch it. If you miss it, though, you can always go back and search it on Racer H2O. So next up, we're going to have Pro Comp Flat. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango. It's a Hondo powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Knight Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon. And special thanks to his son Chase and friend Tony for all they do. In the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 412 is Cole Henrik. Calls the boat Flat Attack. It's a DeMarco with a blown alcohol Chevy. Sponsored by Hendrick Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Beaton, and Peterson Tire in San Antonio. So Andy Comstock dialed in a 627, ran a 641 with a 2 at 121 mile an hour. Cole Henrik dialed in at a 6.5, ran a 799 and did not get the run he was looking for. And neither one of them will change positions. Here's your next pair for Procom Flat. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 238 is Vic Fugate. Calls the boat flat blacked out of Fort Worth, Texas. Special thanks to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, Two Guys Marine, and David Carroll Racing. Dialed in at a 672. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz. Your number one qualifier currently, dialed in at a 668 with a boat called Never Satisfied, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Pat, Rhonda, Archie, Gage, and Cash. Tim Ortiz will stay the number one qualifier. Ran a 682 on a 668 dial-in. Vic Fugate got a little fast and broke out by 200ths of a second. He ran a 669 on a 672 dial-in. Next up, going to have a single in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 075. Racing out of Highland Haven, Texas, that's going to be Larry Skiro. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape, John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas, Joey Witterberg Construction, Charla Cormier with EXP Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch, DNJ Construction, Thornbloom Plumbing, Casaperio Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat, Chris Osborne, Austin Ashland, and his wife Julie. He's dialed in at a 658. Larry Skiro runs a 666 with a 7 on a 658 dial-in. It won't change anything for him, and he'll stay the number 4 qualifier. All right, now going to Project. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane is boat number 356, Robert Ledbetter. Currently your number 2 qualifier out of Owasso, Oklahoma. Running to the yellow buoys out here, just to the 660 mark. Ran a 374 with a 9, 138 mile an hour pass at 660 feet. And I believe that's going to leave him in the number 2 qualifying spot. Next up in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, boat number 034 is Jeff Loring out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Sponsored by Jay and Lori Crocker. Thank you for all the support. Thanks to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick. They call that boat Nasty Rumors. He's dialed in at a 6 flat. So Jeff Loring looked like he started in gear. That boat hopped hard. He was not ready, and he was definitely not a happy camper on the way down the course. You could see him was mad as a wet hen. That run will not count. He will stay in the number 2 qualifying spot. So I believe that's it for Pro Comp Flat. And it should look like this. Tim Ortiz will have the number 1 spot. Jeff Loring, number 2. Andy Comstock will be your number 3. Larry Skiro, your number 4 qualifier. Dylan Crownover, number 5. Vic Fugate will hold the number 6 spot. And Cole Henrik will round out the group in number 7. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 987 rather. Out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, going to be Jeremy Dickerson. Pro Jet. Running to the yellow buoys, 660 feet. Can't go faster than 145 miles an hour. Other than that, it's a straight heads-up race. He is currently your number 1 qualifier with a 364 and 8. Starter called for the lights. Got 20 seconds on the countdown. Jeremy Dickerson in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane. Can't quit, the name of the boat. With a whole 0.2 of a second. Check. All right. Top fuel boat down there warming up. You can hear him getting ready. We're actually going to run Marty Logan and Kevin Kinsley want to run each other. So we're going to have a top alcohol hydro and a top fuel hydro side by side here in a little while. Excitement mounting, Robert Reed. Here comes your next pair of pro outlaws. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 077 is Mr. Cody Childress. Cody Childress currently leading in the points for pro outlaw. He is currently also your number 3 qualifier, racing out of Nemo, Texas. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, Blakely, and thanks to Mama Judy. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 521 is Rick Blethroad out of Odessa, Texas. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, AAA RV. Rick Blethroad currently your number 1 qualifier with a 522 and a 1. That big old twin turbo machine about to make another pass. Let's see what happens. Rick Blethroad's machine has been a little hoppy this afternoon. It's a hoppy boat. 526 with a 7 on a 5.2 index for 179 mile an hour pass. He will still be the number 1 qualifier with a 522 and 1 that he ran earlier. Cody Childress runs a 526 with a 5 on a 5.2 index. And looks like he'll end up in that number 3 spot. We'll see what happens. Comes another pair of pro outlaws. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 1028 is Bill Wire. Calls the boat alcoholic behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Obie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 851 is Chris Bean out of Temple, Texas. The boat's a Texas outrigger, blown alcohol, 540 cubic inches back there. Sponsored by Gisher Company, VS Gold Bureau, Wall Construction, CBB Properties. They call that boat Team Fisher. All right, here we go in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Bill Wire, alcoholic behavior. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, Chris Bean, Team Fisher. Round 5 of qualifying. Here we go. Yep. Well, we have a new number 1 qualifier. Chris Bean runs a 5.201 with a 3. And he will bump to the number 1 spot and move Rick Blethroad down. And Bill Wire actually dropped down a spot into the number 3 spot because of that. We still got Gus Ward to run, so we'll see what happens. Top alcohol flat. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top alcohol flat. Bring them to the in-ramp. All right. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 765 is Gus Ward. He drives out of Sonora, Texas, calls the boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Gus Ward and Whiskey Tango Foxtrot ready to make his last pass of the day. There's 5 seconds on the countdown. Watch that capsule. Here we go. Ran a 5.28 with an 8, 5.28 with an 8, 165 mile an hour pass. And your pro outlaw pairings are going to look like this. Chris Bean will be your number 1 qualifier. Rick Blethroad, number 2. Bill Wire will bring the number 3 spot. Cody Childress, in number 4. And Gus Ward will round it all out in the number 5 spot. And now we're headed into Pro Modified, running on a 5.6 second index. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 178 is Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich. Calls the boat Out of Reach, wrestling at Round Rock, Texas. Calls the boat Daryl's Equipment, or sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, rather. Social Security, retirement, his whole crew. Special thanks to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding. Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, Mackenzie, Angela, and Dan. Thanks to Robert Jers for the four-wheeler. And a special thank you to Travis Tuttle, handled some of the driving duties yesterday. Daryl Ehrlich Curley in the number 2 qualifying spot with a 5.606. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens. Driving out of Burnett, Texas, calls the boat Aquaholic. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Rally's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. And special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. Jay Hudgens, number 3 qualifier at the moment with a 5.606. Here we go. Daryl Ehrlich and out of reach in the left lane. Jay Hudgens and Aquaholic in the right. Well, nothing changes in the pairing. Daryl Ehrlich runs a 5.73 with a 4 at 158 mile an hour pass. He will remain the number 2 qualifier unless something changes in the rest of the group. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right lane, Jay Hudgens runs a 5.66 with a 3. And he will stay in the number 3 qualifying spot for now. Up next in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lempar out of Comfort, Texas. Calls the boat Anger Management. He's won San Angelo 5 times. He'd like to make it 6. We'll see what happens. Sponsored by Jeff Roast, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Hills Trailer Sales. Thanks to Jamie and Jerry. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 716 is Sean Reed. Currently your number 1 qualifier with a 5.602 with a 3. He calls the boat Top Secret. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK, Reed Trucking and Excavating, Hughes Oilfield Transportation, and the crew is Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, and Andrea. Okay. I think we got those boats out of the shutdown area and ready to go. And Gary Gray called for the lights. Greg Lempar, Anger Management in the left lane. Sean Reed, Top Secret in the right. Sean Reed runs a 6.05, 5.605 on a 5.6 index. And Greg Lempar runs a 5.658 on a 5.6 index. Greg Lempar will stay in the number 5 spot. And Sean Reed will stay in number 1 for now. There's 13 boats in this field.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
So lots of things can change through the course of this round, and we'll just have to see how it goes. Here comes your next pair for Pro Modified. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left-hand lane, boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll. Calls the boat A Little More Therapy. Driving out of Marble Falls, Texas, sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 255 is going to be Cade Genesek. Calls that boat All or Nothing. Sponsored by JP&E, Eric Dement and the Real Bad Boys, David Kirkland Racing, RESP, and Trinity Racing Ministries.
Dan, you want to sit right? Oh, you got one. Brandon, you can go sit up here and shake it. I'm going to sit right next to Dan here. Right next to Dan. That'll work. Well, all I need to see is in front of me. I'm not going to be able to see it. Yeah, I was going to see it. And then when the boat, they wouldn't actually race them. Oh, that's true. Oh, look at my feet. Disgusting. Yeah.
I left you a spot next to me there. Could have stretched out. You only had a double size.
Here we go. Mallory Carroll, A Little More Therapy in the left lane. Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the right. Round 5 of qualifying. Mallory Carroll currently holding the number 9 spot. Cade Genesek holding the number 4. And both of them are going to stay in the same spot. Mallory Carroll ran a 5.69 with a 5 on a 5.6 index, 157 mile an hour pass. Cade Genesek ran a 5.72 with a 6. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane is boat number 420. That's going to be Terry Kane out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. The boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. He calls the boat Racing Kane. Currently sitting in the number 11 qualifying spot. 5.71 has been the best he's been able to do so far today. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 45 is Jason Brandt out of Ingram, Texas. Calls the boat Hydro Hysteria, sponsored by Brandon and Ashley Lofstrom in Brady, Texas. Guild Mortgage, Felix Gomez Jr. Racing in memory of Papa Sean. The City Limits Bar and Grill, MTR Racing, thanks to the Prather family for their hospitality and food. All right, starter called for the lights. Here we go in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane. Boat number 420, Terry Kane, Racing Kane. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria. Terry Kane, currently your number 11 qualifier. Jason Brandt currently sitting number 10. Terry Kane's boat got a little squirrely and he backed out of it. Finished up with an 8:41 with a 4, and he will finish the day in the number 11 qualifying spot. Jason Brandt on a 5.6 index, broke out by 0.05 of a second, ran a 5:54 with a 9, and that will not help him at all either, so he will end up in the number 10 spot. Still a few boats to go. We'll see how that works. These guys won't go up, but they could go down. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, left-hand lane, boat number 007 is Steve Quals from right here in San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat shaken, not stirred. Sponsored by Fastline Fabrication, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and special thanks going out to Michelle, Sella, Bruce, Stephen, Carl, Becky, Jason, Shanna, Cody, Mandy, Marvin, Billy, and Tag. Special thanks also to Cody Childress and Jerry Hardwick for their help. In the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 947 is Jeremy Schmidt. Calls the boat No Excuses. He's currently your number 8 qualifier with a 5.643. Stephen Walls, number 12, with a 6.347. All right, Steve Walls, 0.44 of a second for a reaction time, ran a 6:49 with an 8, and he'll end the day in the number 12 qualifying spot. Jeremy Schmidt runs a 5.66 with a 3 on a 5.6 index, and it still didn't help him. He'll end up in the number 8 spot. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, boat number 927 is going to be Robin Reed. He calls that boat wound too tight. Racing out of Arlington, Texas. Sponsored by Concho Paint LLC since 1987 in San Angelo. Two Guys Marine in Del Rio. CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Beaver Fab, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. His crew chief is Wesley Ice. the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, and the Tuttle family for all they do to help. The crew is Bink and Bart Giles. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, boat number 647 is Mickey Snyder out of Rio Medina, Texas. The Top Gun machine has not been having a good day. Can't get out of the sevens. Hopefully they've had time to get that squared away. We'll see what happens. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lowly Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, and thanks to his wife Glenda and the pit crew. Hey, if you know that you are broke and not going to get fixed, or if you know that you are not going to be able to run in the class you registered in, and you want to declare into another class, you might as well head this way and get that taken care of. By rule, you have till 30 minutes after the last run, but why wait? If you already know you're there, come on down, let's get that done. All right, Robin Reed wound too tight in the left lane. Mickey Snyder and Top Gun in the right. Here we go. Mickey Snyder obviously still having struggles. That boat's been consistently a couple of seconds off the number all day long. I don't know what it is, but I guarantee you he's frustrated. And hopefully they have an opportunity to work on that this evening, try to get that squared away and figure out how to get into the competition tomorrow. Robin Reed on the other side ran a 5.63 with a 4. And that will not change his position. He'll stay in that number 4 qualifying spot. Number 7, rather. Marcus Kinsey. Little grudge match action out here. One's a pro comp flat, one's a top alcohol flat. Straight heads up race. First to the finish gets it done. And Marcus Kinsey going to take the win. 6-0-0-6. Dylan Crownover off the line in 1500ths of a second, ran a 6:34 with a 2.
That's pretty cool, huh?
All right. So here we go. We're going to get them loaded, get them on the rope, and then we're going to have a top alcohol hydro and a top fuel hydro running side by side. I believe the rule that was decided was they're going to run the 875. They're not going to run to the 1,000. Straight heads up racing. Going to have Marty Logan and Kevin Kinsley.
Race fans, don't move. There's more racing on Racer H2O coming up right after these messages. Please be sure to subscribe to this channel or follow this page for more amazing watercraft racing coverage. Thanks again for watching Racer H2O. Race fans, don't forget to take those 3 simple steps to help Racer H2O on YouTube. First, subscribe to our channel by clicking on the subscribe button. Next, click on the like button to let everyone know how much you enjoyed watching our content. Then, be sure to click on the bell button to be informed anytime Racer H2O posts new content. Thanks for doing your part, race fans. We hope you enjoy our show.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
That'll be down in the VIP area. Pastor Mike going to be handling the duties, I believe. Brother Ricky will be there. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning at the VIP area. The plan, for those of you that will not be here on site at 8 a.m., the plan is to be on the water shortly after 9. So probably closer to 9:30, I would guess, because of church. And then we'll get down to business. We'll start eliminating folks, sending people home. We'll figure out who the winners are going to be. Miss Laura's already up here figuring out points numbers in her head. I don't know about these people that can do math. She's working this thing out, trying to figure out who's going to be where. All right, here we go. They're not quite on the line yet, but here's how it's going to shake down. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane is going to be boat number 5050. That is Kevin Kinsley. Calls the boat Liquid Voodoo. Driving for Carol Haas Racing. Sponsored by RJS Racing Equipment, Racers Direct, Fatheads Eyewear, Sunoco Race Fuels, PDS Performance Data Systems, Menkins Racing Propellers, Kinsley Race Cars and Marine, Scott Palmer Racing, Racing Junk, Scrappers Racing, Cowboy Bob with Technicoat, WCR Construction, Permeter Innovations, Nitrous Outlet, Bolted Spine Designs, DMP Awnings, the official awnings of the SDBA, Advanced Precision, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Broken Arrow Powder Coating, Danny Day Racing, Tim Conway Racing, and they're running this weekend in memory of Sam Stacks. And in the Superior Audio Sounds right-hand lane, going to be boat number 881, Marty Logan out of Midlothian, Texas. Calls the boat Living the Dream. Here's the numbers. Kevin Kinsley, earlier this year, set a mile-per-hour record, SDBA record, for Top Fuel Hydro with a 249.876 mile-an-hour pass. Marty Logan currently holds the mile-per-hour record for Top Alcohol Hydro at 209.19 miles per hour. So we're going to see how this all shakes down. I see boats in the lanes. It is about that time. The water looks absolutely amazing. We got our rescue folks in their positions ready to go, where they are going to sit and watch the race and do nothing else. We still have a set of car keys up here, or a car key. If you have lost the key to your vehicle, it was found somewhere down by the store.
Behind these two people.
And I have it up here in the tower. So check your pockets. If you're missing a key, come up and see me. It's still back there. All right, starter says let's do this thing. 30 seconds on the countdown. Kevin Kinsley, Liquid Voodoo, Top Alcohol, Top Fuel Hydro. In the left lane, Marty Logan, Top Alcohol Hydro, Living the Dream in the right lane. Heads up drag race to the 875. That's these blue buoys right out here in front of us. If you got your kids out here, make sure you cover their ears. I guarantee it's going to be loud. Here we go. and we set off a car alarm or two. Check this out. Got a new speed record. I wish. Yeah, I wish. We can't do it. Whose car is that? So, all right, so I was 100% wrong. They went to 1,000 foot. Marty Logan did turn it red by 12 hundredths of a second. Ran a 486 with a 3 at 100. And Kevin Kinsley off the line in 0.8 of a second, ran a 353 with a 6. At 269 miles an hour at 1,000 foot.
Race fans, thank you for watching our live stream coverage of this event. Before we conclude, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and tell everyone you know about Racer H2O. This concludes our coverage for today. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you 24/7 at racerh2o.com.